speaking mostly, so I will try to speak up. Yeah, I think it's time to start. So on behalf of the call secretariat, the coordination team, the funders in this call, and the European Commission, I would like to welcome you to the kickoff meeting of the projects funded through the Biodiversa and Water JPI joint call on conservation, restoration of degraded systems and their biodiversity, including a focus on aquatic systems. So welcome everyone, and thank you for connecting. Can we move on to the next slide? So we have more than 200 registered participants. I can see 123 participants connected. We have 22 funded projects today. The objective of today's meetings is to get to know all the funded projects, to start the interaction between the funded projects and the funding organizations, and to learn more about the Biodiversa and Water JPI expectations in terms of reporting, acknowledgement, and so forth. So just a quick reminder that this meeting is complementary with the clustering workshop, which is planned tomorrow. This is a closed event, so some of you received an invitation. Can we move on? Yeah, so just a few general guidelines for the meeting. So for your information, the meeting has a webinar format. It is being recorded and it will be broadcasted on the Biodiversa and Water JPI websites and social media. The audio is available to the presenters only, the participants can use the Q&A function in the bottom of your screens to type your question here, and the rest of the participants will be able to see it, and we will read it out loud. Next slide, please. Just another reminder, please, to the speaker. So when you're speaking, please make sure to switch on your camera, to turn on your microphone, and to introduce yourself. So your name and your organization, and in case of the funded projects, also the acronym of the projects. And please respect the time constraint, because we have a very packed agenda today. That would be all on my side. So we better get going. Thank you very much again for connecting, and we are now moving already to the next point in the agenda. As you know, this call was co-funded by the European Commission, and we have with us Laura Palomo Rios, who's a project advisor on the European Research Executive Agency, and she's also in charge of the follow-up of the Biodiversa Plus, which is one of the two initiatives that launched this call. So, Laura, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I'm trying to switch on my camera, but it's not possible. It says, I get a message saying that the host has stopped this. So I don't know if you want to keep it like this, but I guess this will happen to everybody. In any case, well, I don't know, well, Cecilia and Patricia are dealing with this. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon now, sorry, and thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity actually to say a few words of welcoming and representation of the European Commission and of the Research Executive Agency, RIA. Actually, to start, just would like to clarify, because some of you might not know, that RIA, the Research Executive Agency, is one of the executive agencies of the European Commission, and we are in charge of the implementation of a large part of the program Horizon 2020 and now also Horizon Europe. And on this role, we are managing many different projects working on the area of environment, and also this ERANET COFUND Action BiodivRestore, in close collaboration with the Commission, with the directorates of the Commission, and in particular with DG Research and Innovation. First of all, really congratulations for the selection and for the launch of the 22 projects that we are kicking off in the event today. It was a very competitive call, and I think we get the details later, and we are really looking forward from the Commission to hearing about your achievements in the next years. My main message to these projects today is really to be aware of the relevance of them, of the projects, and the key timing for them in the current context. We have at the global level the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, launched by the UN. At the European level, we have the Green Deal, and both together represent a unique opportunity for research to provide knowledge and informed support to the transition that must happen in order to preserve and protect biodiversity. From the research side, the work is not new, but what is now the moment is to build on what has been done in the past years, to understand what are the mistakes and opportunities, and to provide responses to the existing gaps in order to provide. Okay, I see a message actually there that we can turn on the camera. Is it working? Okay, yes, I think it's nicer like this. So I was thinking that I was saying that it's now actually the moment to take a stock of what has been done in the past year, and from the research community to provide responses to the existing gaps and provide in order to get this efficient and impactful support from the research community. And we really count on projects like this to contribute to this goal. Also extremely important is that we stop working in silos and that we bring together the existing efforts that are being implemented in ecosystem restoration. And these projects are really an excellent example in this direction, with the collaboration of Biodiversa and the Water JPI, bringing together their partners and helping also to link the research and the environmental policy community. Collaboration among your projects, these 22 projects that have been awarded, that might be tackling similar issues in different parts or different, or similar regions or similar ecosystems, and also with other relevant initiatives that are many actually at the moment, can also bring great opportunities to increase the impact of your work. And on this sense, we really appreciate the organization of the clustering workshop that will take place tomorrow morning. The new biodiversity strategy that came with the Green Deal is really targeting restoration of ecosystems as a priority, one of the main priorities, and the new restoration law that should come out soon, it's delayed, but we're expecting this at the end of the summer, should provide the legal framework to implement effective action in the member states. The European Commission is also working on providing support to the implementation of this upcoming law and the strategy in general, the biodiversity strategy, with new methodologies and guidelines. For example, in the context of aquatic ecosystems, the technical guidance for the restoration of 25,000 kilometers of free rivers is already available. There is also work on a new EU methodology for ecosystem condition assessment led by the GRC. So this is expected to come in the last quarter of the year. So there is a lot of work to support this transition. But as I said, the support of the research community is essential, will be essential in the next years to bring all this effort to another level, to the level of real implementation and on the ground to the level of success. And the context of these projects under the frame of Biodiversa and the JPI Water should really be an excellent opportunity that I encourage you to take to connect the research and the policy communities, and also to contribute to an effective science-based policy support. So please go ahead with this opportunity. I wish you all the luck for your work in the coming years, and also with the events of today and tomorrow. And thank you again for the opportunity to say these words.
Thank you very much, Laura. We are now moving on to the introduction of Biodiversa, Water JPI, and BiodivRestore Action. Main achievements and specificities to support research. So this presentation will be given by Rainer Suttke from the German Project Management Agency, DLR, who's also the Biodiversa Plus Vice Chair, and Miguel Ángel Hilarant from the Spanish State Research Agency, AEI, who also acts as the Water JPI Vice Chair. I would like to ask Rainer to start, then Miguel Ángel, and then the final presentation of the BiodiVRestore Action, which is a joint collaboration actually between both initiatives, one more focused on biodiversity, the other one more focused on water issues. So Rainer, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. A very warm welcome from my side to all the participants in this workshop. I have the honor to present Biodiversa Plus, the European Biodiversity Partnership, very shortly today. Please, the next slide, please. Biodiversa Plus, the new partnership, is building on Biodiversa, a very well-established network of funders, which of course is one of the organizers of this this joint call here and this ERANET. Biodiversa exists since now 17 years, since 2005, and launched its first call in 2008. Since then, already 11 calls for research proposals were launched, and they sum up to almost 150 funded projects, which results in the funding of more than 1,000 research teams and more than 3,700 researchers, single researchers, which is a really huge amount. Please go back. Yes, thanks. We launched these 11 calls in the past years, together, sometimes together with different other initiatives and networks like JPIs, like the FACI JPI or the Water JPI, like in this case. One was launched together with the Bellman Forum, and already 4 calls were launched together with the co-funding with from the European Commission. And all the calls summed up to almost 270 million euros in total for the total costs, which includes 178 million euros fresh money, which we put into the projects. These money were raised by the Biodiversa partners and the European Commission from its co-funding. Typically, Biodiversa funds a specific type of research. I would say these are more medium-sized projects, which have an average funding of 1.4 million euros, and usually they consist of partners from 5 different countries. But these projects really demonstrate that they deliver real scientific excellence. They are of a high policy and societal relevance, and they usually have a high level of stakeholder engagement. To support these activities, please go back to the previous slide. To support these, we produced several products we put here on the right side, like, for example, the Stakeholder Engagement Handbook, the Guide on Policy Relevance, and the Citizen Science Toolkit, which really raised a remarkable input from also in other initiatives and networks. Okay, next slide, please. The Biodiversa partnership, which was launched in October last year, now consists of many more partners as we had before in Biodiversa. It now consists of 73 partners from 36 countries, most of them coming from Europe. But we also have partners from countries outside Europe, for example, in the Middle East, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, and even South America. at the time before, the network consisted mainly of research funding agencies and foundations, and of course ministries in charge of research. But now there are also partners, many partners from the ministries of the environment, for example, or environmental protection agencies. So you see that the network is really expanding and changing its activities in the future. Okay, next slide, please. The partnership, the Biodiversa partnership, has a broad portfolio of activities, and it really increased its budget's amplitude. We're planning to spend a budget of over 800 million euros in the coming 7 years, and we'll build this on different activities like the promotion and support of research programs like this one we're talking today, but we also want to promote and support transnational biodiversity monitoring activities, and we want to promote and support nature-based solutions and their applications, but also the valuation of biodiversity in the private sectors. Furthermore, we want to better connect the research and innovation programs and projects to policy and society. And finally, we also want to internationalize our European research and innovation activities. I already said that the budget increased. We are planning to spend over 800 million euros in the coming years, which are combining from in-cash and in-kind resources from our partners, but also this also includes resources of around 165 million euros of co-funding from the European Commission. Okay, next slide, please. I already said our main objectives, which are reflected in the structure of our partnership and its thematic work packages, which are on the left. These are complemented by transversal work packages, which cover, for example, communication activities, open science activities, but also the engagement of stakeholders, and we also developed and will further develop a strategic vision and strategy for the partnership. And this strategy will fulfill several specific objectives we put in the middle here in the blue column, which refer to, for example, actionable knowledge we want to develop with this partnership to tackle the drivers of biodiversity loss. We want to improve the monitoring of biodiversity and its services across Europe. Then we want to develop a better evidence base for nature-based solution and deploy such solutions. We want to make the business case for to conservation and restoration of ecosystems. And finally, we also want to support science-based support for biodiversity policy making. All these activities feed in the EU biodiversity strategy for 2030, and of course, the 2050 vision, living in harmony with nature, from the UN Convention of Biological Diversity. Okay, next slide, please. If you want to learn more about Biodiversa and its main achievements, please refer to our website, and you'll find here a brochure on its main achievements and many other material and products we already produced. Okay, next slide. Okay, Miguel, please, it's your turn.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the coordinators of the ERANET and the call for the good work you have done. And congratulations to all of you that have obtained funding for your projects. It was a very competitive call. Well, all of you know that you have applied to a call of Biodiversa and Water JPI, but some of you may not be familiar with all the details about the Water JPI. So thank you for taking 5 minutes from your time to talk about the Water JPI. Next, please. Well, first of all, about joint programming initiatives, or JPIs. They are initiatives of the European Commission and the European member states to identify grand challenges for our society and to tackle them jointly. Thanks to this joint approach, we think we can make better use of the funds that are available at European and national level for research and innovation activities. And the process for the creation of the JPIs involved the identification of the challenges and priorities. So next, please. In the early years of the JPIs, 10 challenges were identified, most of them related to environment, health, culture, heritage, and cities. And of course, water was among these priorities. And then the Water JPI was created. Next, please. And the Water JPI is a partnership of countries. Here you have a chart with the current membership. So far, we are a number of countries that have different commitments, members, associated partners, observers. Altogether, we are 28 plus the European Commission, also as a partner. The participation of the countries is through funding organizations, ministries, agencies, and altogether, these organizations represent about 88% of the public funds for research and development innovation activities in Europe in the field of water. But as you can see, this membership also includes countries that are not in Europe. And next, please. Because in fact, one of the ambitions of the Water JPI, as all the partnerships, has always been to create an international network and going beyond Europe. In this chart, you can see a map with the countries that at a certain point have collaborated in activities of the Water JPI. Next, please. Well, the Water JPI has a wide range of activities. Today we are in an event related to funding calls for research projects, which is an important one. But the Water JPI also works in elaborating strategic documents and agendas, mapping of activities around Europe, also transfer and dissemination of knowledge and the involvement of stakeholders, among others. I will not go into the details, just I wanted to show that JPIs are more than calls, and you can have this slide with more information if you wish after the meeting. Next, please. Well, for all these activities, we have a guidance. We have some strategic documents. The main ones are the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. And another important document is our vision document. You can download these documents for our website. They contain a description of the water challenges that we want to tackle and the research needs that we have identified as needed for tackling these challenges. We have also defined the type of actions that we want to fund, we want to carry out to tackle these challenges. Next, please. Going to the calls, as I said, this is one of the big activities within the Water JPI. Since 2013, the Water JPI has launched 7 calls with a total budget of 106 million euros that have funded 110 projects. In the first call, which was a pilot one, only 4 countries participated, but since then the participation has increased. We usually have more than 20 countries participation in the calls, and we have reached even 28 countries participating in some calls. The current call is the last one we launched. It was together with Biodiversa, and in the next years, Water JPI will not launch more calls. We just will monitor the ongoing projects, but don't worry, there will be continuity in another initiative for funding water issues, challenges related to water. So next, please. And for that, this is the present and the future. It's a new partnership. It's named Water for All, Water Security for the Planet. We could say that it's an evolution of the Water JPI in some sense. As in the case of the Water JPI, it includes the development of strategic documents and agendas, funding calls, also developing international cooperation. But this partnership, Water for All, is much bigger. It not only involves funding agencies, it also includes partners that can handle and can work in living labs. It involves water users, all kinds of stakeholders for demonstrations of the solutions for water challenges, and also make a better link between sciences, policy and users. Next, please. Going to information about Water for All that can be interesting for you. In a few months, hopefully in September, we will launch the first call of the partnership with a topic that can be interesting for you. It will be about management of water resources. It will be focused on resilience, adaptation, and mitigation to hydroclimatic extreme events and management tools. It will be a pretty large call involving more than 30 funding agencies. There you can find a link and a contact for more information about the agenda of the new partnership, also about the next call. I'm pretty sure that water ecosystems will be again relevant in our agenda, and in the next few years we will launch for sure some calls related to water ecosystems. And next, please. This is my last slide, just a summary of the media where you can find more information about the Water JPI and how to get updated about the initiative. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. We're now coming to the BiodiverStore COFUND Action we want to talk about today. This BiodiverStore is an ERANET COFUND action jointly managed by Water JPI and Biodiversa and co-funded by the European Commission. Of course, in the center of this activities in this BiodiverStore action is one major co-funded call, co-funded by the European Commission. But this ERANET is same or similar as is its initiatives about more than only the research call. It's about the collaboration between both networks, Biodiversa and Water JPI. But it is also about capacity building, for example, data management for the projects and the research teams we are funding and promoting. It is about networking and clustering, of course. We have several activities here as we are planning and doing, for example, specific workshops. But it is also about the synthesis of research outputs. So we're planning to deliver several products which, similar as in the past, will show the outcomes of the research activities. And of course, it's about the uptake and transfer of the research results. So we're working together with stakeholders, so with the policy and with other societal actors. And finally, we're also planning one additional joint call or a similar activity in this BiodiverStore action. Okay, next slide, please. The BiodiverStore research call is about 31 funding organizations which committed funding to this call. So they're coming from 27 countries, and even these countries are beyond Europe. There are several partners in Northern, Southern Africa and also Brazil involved. The total funding amounts up to more than 21 million euros for this call. Next slide, please. The BiodiverStore call is about research on the conservation and restoration of degraded ecosystems and their biodiversity, which includes a specific focus also on aquatic ecosystems. For this call, we received 92 proposals, and from this, we are now funding 22 projects, which we'll present, of course, today. And as I already said, these sum up to over 21 1.3 million euros. This results in a success rate. Put here a little bit doubt the number because of the other numbers given of the proposals and projects, but all in all, it's a really good success rate for this call we have here. Next slide, please. This call will hopefully come to a big success, and so we'd like to thank, of course, especially to the call secretariat on the one side, which is done by our partners in Spain. Then, of course, the funders of the call, all the national agencies involved here, but also the European Commission for the co-funding of these calls and making this action possible. Then, of course, the great work done by the evaluation committee and its members for evaluating all the proposals received, and of course also to the huge amount of external reviews which delivered their reviews to the evaluation committee. So a great thanks to all of you, and I'm really keen on getting to know all the projects today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rainer. We are quickly moving on to the next presentation, which is a presentation on general impressions on the call and its outputs. It is supposed to be presented by Judith Fisher, who acted as vice chair of the evaluation committee, and Kara Nelson, who acted as chair, but Kara unfortunately cannot be here today with us. They both prepared these slides, but it will be Judith presenting them. So just a few words about our vice chair. So Dr. Fisher, apart from acting as vice chair, she is the director of Fisher Research, and she also holds several other positions. Among them, she acts as a multidisciplinary expert at IPBES, and also as a theme leader on ecosystems and invasive species at IUCN Commission for Ecosystem Management. And she's also an adjunct associate professor at the University of Western Australia. So Judith, we are very happy to have you with us again, connecting in the evening again. So without further ado, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manya, and to all the Secretariat. So good afternoon to everyone who's present. I am based in Perth in Western Australia, and so giving my presentation from there. And I'd like to also thank the organisers for providing me with the opportunity to work as the Vice Chair for this call, with the Vice Chair specifically having a focus around policy and management, and then Kara, as the chair, has a specific focus around the scientific side of the evaluation. So congratulations are in order to those who have been funded. It's been an extremely interesting time for us to see all of the proposals, and a great deal of achievement and pleasure has come from those who have been funded. So if we could have the next slide, please. So I'm just going to give you some averages and outlines of the whole proposal, the call, and how things worked out as we looked at the proposals. So as you all know, as people who have put proposals forward, there were 3 themes for this call. The first theme was actually the study of biological and biophysical processes, which are necessary for the conservation or restoration and the interactions of those things. So that was theme 1. The second theme was looking at trade-offs and what we can do to assist trade-offs and the synergies between targets, benefits and policies for conservation and restoration. And then the third theme, which people were able to put their proposals together for, was around knowledge for improving the effectiveness and how to upscale conservation and restoration actions. So if you look at the left side of the screen, the submitted full proposals, you will see the theme which had the largest number of proposals, although there wasn't a great deal of difference, was the studying of the biological and biophysical processes, with the trade-offs theme a little below that, and once again below that was the knowledge for improving effectiveness. But when we look at the projects which were actually funded, once again, the first theme has the highest number with 38.9% of funded projects. However, the theme 2 and 3 were very closely aligned with each other. You can see initially there were 29.7% on theme 3, but when it actually came to the funding, we got 30% of projects which were funded did fit into that third theme on knowledge for improving effectiveness and upscaling. And also very closely aligned with the number of funded projects was the assessing trade-offs and synergies. So it's interesting that those 3 themes really have been taken up by the call people and their projects, and we have been able to get quite a balance in the funding for those 3 themes. We could have the next slide, please. So once again, this is showing you which environments were most submitted in calls, and then which were funded. So if you look to the very left under terrestrial, the dark blue line is the pre-proposals, the percentage of pre-proposals related to terrestrial landscapes. The lighter, paler blue is the submitted full proposals, which were related to terrestrial. And then the more aqua colour is the actual projects which were funded. So if you look across, you can see for terrestrial, the actual funded projects compared to the ones which were submitted, both pre-proposals and full proposals, was less. Whereas if you look at inland water, the number of actual funded projects on inland water was really, of the percentage of funded projects, was higher than the percent of those submitted. And when you look at coastal and marine, which is really quite an interesting finding, the submitted pre-proposals was only 22% and the submitted full proposal was only 16%. But obviously the quality of those full proposals shows that up to 23% of all projects funded are in that coastal and marine environment. And then the last one is just other environments which were involved. So I think that's quite an interesting figure to have a look at how things are submitted in the initial stages in pre-proposals, what comes back for the full proposals, and the proposals which actually align with all the requirements of the call to become funded. So if we could have the next slide, please. So here we're looking at the origin of the applicants. Now, 95.8% of those who applied with a call are coming from the countries which are aligned with the call. There were a very small number coming from other countries, and I think we heard that there's, through the Biodiversa Plus, there is an idea to expand that to wider countries. But for this call, only 2.1% of those applicants were from other countries and 2% were from European countries. So if I could have the next slide, please. Now, this is breaking it down by countries. I don't know if that's large enough for you to see the countries themselves, but if you look at the dark bar is those which were requested to come to the second part, which were actually requested for full proposals. The aqua colour is those which were the country from which those were funded. So you can see Germany, France, Finland, Spain and Sweden, I guess, were the dominant origin for applicants, and Austria and Belgium, whereas the others were not quite so dominant. So these were the countries which are also participating in the call. So if we could go to the next slide, please. When we have a look at the coordinators on the individual projects, and the countries where they are have also source come from, you will see that the higher number of coordinators from France and Germany. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that the whole of the project is coming from those countries, but just the coordination of the projects. And many of the projects are trans-boundary and across countries. So the actual coordination is very much been, I suppose, dominated by the France and Germany and others. If we look to the right, you can see the actual origin of the coordinators for the projects which were funded, which is a little bit different, because you can see of the ones funded, a high percentage, I think that's 39%, were from France and 23% from Germany, with Portugal having quite a high percentage as well. So that just shows that it's really important that we really try in future calls to expand as much as possible countries' involvement. But then when it actually comes from the coordination, this doesn't necessarily mean for those funded projects, just as the coordinator may be sitting in those particular countries, it doesn't mean that the projects themselves are only based in those countries, as we were really looking for quite a transboundary influence from projects. And that was one of the call proposals when we were assessing that, was that transboundary involvement. If we could have the next slide, please. Now, here we can see the requested budget. If we look to the left, this is once again a breakdown of the particular countries and how much of the budget those proposals from those countries were requesting in an absolute value, just in dollars and cents, or sorry, euro. But if you look across onto the second graph, on the pie graph on the right, here this has been normalised in terms of the size of the research community in each country. So you can see this looking quite differently now, whereas if you were looking for, say, Germany on the left and Germany from the right, you can see this really has made quite a difference to the size of the pie of that graph. So that normalisation is critically important, and it's based on the size of the research community within each country, so that we can get a good balance by country. So if we could have the next slide, please. Now, once again, so the last slide was what was requested, and this is actually how the funding and the awarding of projects has come to be. Once again, there's an absolute value, and you can see Germany and France and Spain have the very large proportion of the graph, whereas once it's normalised, and we look at and really normalise that budget based of the successful projects based on the size of the research community, you can see a lot more equity when you look at it from the normalised size. If we could have the next budget, please. Sorry, the next slide. So what I'm going to do now is just do a little quick overview of how the evaluation process was conducted. We could have the next slide, please. So we worked with a very large number of experts from across the globe, and we had two groups. One group were the scientific experts, and that group was to actually assess the scientific side of the proposal. And then what I think is one of the most critical parts of these projects, which are being delivered through Biodiversa JPI and Biodiversa Plus, is the importance being placed on the policy management side of projects, so that really we can make sure that any scientific work that's done will be transferred to a wider community of knowledge. So Kara's role was chair of the scientific evaluation committee, and my role was as vice chair of the policy and management experts. So on the left, you can see step one. So that, thank you. So step one was our very first round, looking at the pre-proposals, and then step two was our second round, in which we were looking at the full proposals which were later submitted. And there is a list, and I'd like to really acknowledge all those people who were involved, who did an excellent job and put a significant amount of time into really looking very carefully at your proposals. So if we could have the next slide, please. So just here, this is how the process worked. So during the first step, that is the pre-proposal phase, which you will have all submitted pre-proposals, we had to evaluate by those two different committees or groups. Once on science, two people evaluated every pre-proposal from the scientific committee, and two people from the policy and management side evaluated all of the pre-proposals. One person from each side acted as a principal rapporteur, and then the second evaluator was a secondary or a reader. So we had two people independently reviewing all of the pre-proposal projects in both of the two subcommittees. So when we went to step 2, once again, the same process occurred once we evaluated those which were to move forward to step 2, and we had the full proposals. So once again, for the evaluation committee, 2 scientific members, 2 policy management members for all full proposals. But in addition, at this second step, we had also external reviewers. So that this is giving it even a wider scope and a really robust approach to how the projects were evaluated. So external reviewers also evaluated all the full proposals. These are people who are separate to the evaluation committee. So for the scientific side, there were 2 scientific external reviewers for every full proposal, and 1 external reviewer for the policy and management side for every full proposal. We could have the next slide, please.
Thank you, Julie. You have 1 minute left.
Okie doke, thank you. So I won't go in detail to this because I think you have all known that when you were doing it, but this is the scoring and how things were scored amongst each of those groups. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what happened, we had 172 eligible proposals were evaluated, and we organised the committee separately so that there was no crossover. So everyone was working independently between the scientific and the policy management side, our work was conducted in parallel, and then we all came together at the last time and combined our scores. So from that first step, 92 full proposals were submitted to step 2. If we could have the next slide, please. So of those 92 proposals, once again, the same process as was outlined earlier. And we really did work once again in separate groups, and then we all came together to work together with the policy and science people to evaluate the final rankings of the projects. Next slide, please. So the outcomes, really, I hope you're all very pleased with this. But all the reviewers did an absolutely amazing job, whether they were evaluation committee or external reviewers, and provided a high level of expertise into their work. What was interesting was there was a high degree of consistency between the rapporteurs and readers at all stages in both the scientific and policy management committees, which is a very robust understanding of how well the work has been done. What has resulted, and you are all going to have the opportunity to present your proposals today and over the next days, was a high number of very exciting and high quality proposals. And both Cara and I really feel that there is a huge potential from those of you who have been funded to substantially advance the restoration and conservation of science and practice. And we both wish you all the very, very best during the implementation of your projects. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julie. Next on the agenda is a presentation by Dr. Chris DeClear. He will give us a keynote presentation on upscaling effective ecological restoration in the EU, challenges for the scientific community. Just a quick introduction of Dr. DeClear. So Chris de Cleer is a senior researcher at the Institute for Nature and Forest in Belgium. He's a board member of the Society of Ecological Restoration, both in the international and European branch. He has a long-lasting experience in practice-oriented policy support in the field of ecosystem restoration. Chris is very knowledgeable about the European policy context and needs, and will share his experiences from a researcher's perspective with a strong focus on actionable knowledge to support ecological restoration on the ground. Chris, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very nice introduction, and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation, and I will share with you some thoughts on some of the very practical challenges, in my opinion, that the scientific community faces in relation to the highly needed upscaling of nature restoration in Europe. So just on the Society for Ecological Restoration, if you don't know us, you probably know us from the journal Restoration Ecology, or from our biannual European or global conferences. And Europe is a network of experts and practitioners from diverse disciplines and backgrounds, and we all invite you to become a member. Together we try to promote best practices for a more effective restoration policy. And Europe is recognized by the European Commission as a professionals association to assist them with developing EU biodiversity policies. And as such, we are a member of the newly established EU Biodiversity Platform. The legal seat of Europe is based at INBO, Research Institute for Nature and Forest in Brussels, where I work. And that is also why you see the INBO logo on the upright corner. Next slide, please. So in Europe, we already have important existing laws for ecosystem restoration. You all know them: the Birds and Habitats Directive, Water Framework Directive, Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and so on. But our track record for complying with all the legal obligations for restoration in Europe is not that bright. Despite all efforts, the general assessment is something like too little, too late, always. So 30 years after the Habitat Directive came into force, only 15% of the protected habitats and 27% of the protected species are actually in a good conservation status. So you probably already heard that the Commission prepares a nature restoration regulation with legally binding targets. It was supposed to be launched on the 23rd of March, but delayed due to the war in Ukraine, especially by the lobby work of the agriculture sector on supposed food security problems. But the launch is now, to my knowledge, postponed to the 22nd of June. And the new law will give a serious boost to effective nature restoration in Europe by defining clear deadlines which we neglected to mention, for instance, in the Birds and Habitats Directive, defining area and quality targets for ecosystems, bringing nature back to our cities, our agriculture areas, our forests, improve river connectivity, and restore pollinator populations. And last but not least, the drained peatlands and aquatic habitats will need to be restored on a massive scale as well. So surely the expectations are set very high for the upcoming nature restoration law, so which we urgently need. So in addition, there is also the Soil Health Directive, which is under preparation, and there are some restoration targets already provided in the biodiversity strategy. For instance, the target to protect 30% of our land and seas, all covered by conservation objectives and with implementation of management and restoration measures. Next slide, please. So in the past centuries, many of our natural or semi-natural ecosystems shifted to a more intensely used culture ecosystem. The green arrow indicates the challenge, stopping further degradation and restore our degraded ecosystems to a more natural condition. Next. Yes, it's working. So in future restoration policies, In my opinion, these are the major questions that need to be answered and where the scientific community plays an important role. Where should we restore what, how much, by when, and how? So this, if we are in favor of a science-based policy development, these are the challenges for us. Next slide, please. For this presentation, I grouped the challenges into 4 categories: the quality and quantity of restoration targets, the monitoring and reporting, and fostering knowledge transfer, training, and awareness raising for decision makers and also for the public, of course. Next, please. Something went wrong with the slides. Sorry for that. So on the quality of restoration, here are a few topics that I want to touch upon. First, restoration forms a continuum, meaning a site can be more or less degraded, and the ambition level for restoration can be more or less high, for instance, in terms of environmental quality, species composition, and structure and functions. So next, like a physician, yes, thank you. So like a physician investigates a human patient, an ecologist need to understand the landscape ecological functioning of a degraded ecosystem in terms of its drivers and pressures and their effect on the state and the impact on the ecosystem. We face the challenge to what condition we want to restore that system. And the choice of a clear reference condition or reference ecosystem is essential if we want our restoration actions to be effective. The hard thing is that societal demands are sometimes conflicting. Do we want a forest, or do we want to cut the trees to restore the tall grassland? Question mark. Or do we want a valley to be regularly flooded for flood risk reduction? Or do we want to restore the mesotrophic wetlands, which are endangered in that valley that cannot stand regular floodings? For a degraded lake ecosystem, is a good ecological condition a eutrophic state of the lake, or is it the mesotrophic state of 100 years ago? Do we want a self-regulating natural ecosystem or semi-natural ecosystem which needs annual human intervention, such as mowing? So to answer all these dilemmas, your scientific support is needed, and the member states and the agencies who are responsible for drafting the national restoration plans need your input. So further, financial resources are always scarce, and therefore we want the result of restoration actions to be cost-effective and sustainable as much as possible. The latter may depend on the local socioeconomic context, but also has to do with how we deal with the uncertainties of future climate change impact. So restoration actions have to deal sometimes with several dilemmas, and ideally, all the choices that are made are underpinned by scientific evidence. Finally, I will briefly say something on the different barriers for successful restoration. Next, please. So let's go back to the restoration continuum concept. Restoration is a bit of a fuzzy term because there is a continuum of ambition levels of restorative activities. So it can go from remediation, meaning reducing the pressures and removal the sources of degradation, or to rehabilitation, meaning reinstating a level of ecosystem functioning, where the goal is to provide particular ecosystem services rather than focusing on biodiversity. And finally, we have ecological restoration, which is the highest ambition level in the restoration continuum concept, with full recovery of biodiversity and the integrity of a native ecosystem with all its typical fauna and flora. Planting trees, for instance, on a landfill site does not mean you will ever reach a fully functional native forest ecosystem with rich biodiversity. Conversion of arable land into a fertilized agriculture pasture is not ecological restoration. At the best, we can speak of remediation or rehabilitation, but the problem is that these terms are not well known and very difficult in the communication to policymakers and to site managers. So basically, almost every action can be framed as restoration. And this poses a real risk, in my opinion, for window dressing or watering down the ambition levels for the restoration law. So the same risk applies for the two other popular terms you see below in the figure, popular terms such as ecosystem restoration, used by the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and the buzzword nature-based solutions. It is important to understand that some approaches of ecosystem services, of ecosystem restoration, or nature-based solutions may focus solely on the delivery of ecosystem services and not on the full ecosystem integrity and functionality. It will be a challenge for the scientific community to assist decision makers in making the right choice on the right place. Next. So, since remediation and rehabilitation are difficult terms to explain to the public, I rather like to speak of sustainable land use management versus ecological restoration. Semantics sometimes do matter. Next. So, an example, what does the restoration continuum means in practice for this drained peatland? Remember, the EU is worldwide the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases due to peatland drainage. What are our different options for restoration? Next. We can slightly re-wet the peat soils and convert the arable fields into productive grassland, but you will see that there's not much biodiversity here to be gained. Next. To achieve climate neutrality, all drained peat soils should be re-wetted, and normal agriculture is no longer possible then, but carbon farming or paludiculture can be established. You can imagine there is a little bit more biodiversity value in this kind of landscape. Next, please. The most difficult and time-consuming restoration ambition is to aim for the full recovery of the reference ecosystem prior to degradation. Here, in this case, a raised bog. At least in the protected areas, we should aim for this ecological restoration, the highest ambition level. But in order to be effective, we need careful preparation of all the restoration measures underpinned by scientific evidence, of course. Unfortunately, in practice, much too often we see ecological restoration reduced to simple greening of the landscape. Next. Like this two fine gentlemen, two proud Irish ministers promoting to plant trees on the peat soils, which is of course not a wise thing to do if you wish to reduce peat soil degradation or restore highly threatened biodiversity of our peatlands. For sure, such actions, they are well intended, but should never be framed or recognized as ecological restoration. But often the public opinion does not understand it in that way. And so conflicting interests are a point of issues and challenges. Next slide, please. Sometimes there are other options for ecological restoration. For instance, again, still in our case of drained peatlands, when we cannot restore the abiotic conditions necessary to restore the raised bog, we can choose for a restoration of a shallow lake ecosystem, which over time will achieve a high biodiversity value. Next, please. This is a graph illustrating another way of representing the challenge for ecological restoration, breaking through first an abiotic barrier and then a biotic barrier before you can reach fully functional and intact ecosystem condition. Within different stages of ecosystem condition, there may be different alternative stable states, shifting by a restoration or degradation event past a certain threshold. The higher the ambition, the more time we need, and the more we need the guidance of you, the scientific community, if we want to successfully reach the final target. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, thank you. To decide which restoration measures are needed, it is essential to understand the functioning of ecosystems, which can be very complex. and that's something that is not always recognized by the policymakers or the public. Here, a natural hydrological system with groundwater flows is illustrated, where it can take days, years, or even centuries before the groundwater discharges in a wetland area in the lower grounds. The time and trajectory of the flows result in different groundwater quality, as you all know, and the pressure of the groundwater determines the groundwater fluctuations in the wetland area, which in turn determine the presence or absence of specific plant and animal communities. Next, please. So we need to understand how the system is working and functioning, and it becomes even more complex if the baseline situation, the starting situation, is something like this. And how can we restore, to what extent can we restore the original geohydrological system when we have all this intensive agriculture there and no longer the original conditions of the former illustration. So it is important that we convince decision makers that prior research is to be undertaken seriously to evaluate the potential outcome of all the different actions in order to be cost effective. Next, please. Another example of the complexity of ecosystems where we need the involvement of scientific expertise, the phosphorus cycle in lakes and how it interacts with biotic components. At the left, an example of a €1 million restoration project of a lake in Belgium, which completely failed. The thick sludge layer on the bottom of this hypertrophic lake was dredged, but it was neglected to sufficiently stop the influx of phosphorus-rich sediment from the intensive agricultural land surrounding the lake. So in a few years' time after the dredging, the lake was back in its original turbid hypertrophic state, and in the meantime, the dredging had also led to the depletion of the historic seed bank in the underwater soil. So let's not forget also always that we can learn a lot from restoration projects that failed. Next, please. In restoration projects, we also have to deal with the uncertainties of the future impact of climate change. This is the extinction vortex of species, which you all know. Habitat loss and fragmentation lead to low genetic variation and low fitness to cope with stochastic events, for instance, severe droughts or floods events as a result of climate change. If we want to stop biodiversity loss, we need to take into account the concepts of extinction depth of threatened species, habitats that can act as an ecological trap if we are not careful, the presence of dark diversity, etc. To be on the safe side in restoration planning, to be sustainable in the long term, precautionary measures are to be advised to choose for sufficiently large areas to be restored with a variety of landscape gradients, with good connectivity if necessary for proper metapopulation functioning, and with maximal ambition for the reduction of other pressures than climate change. Next, please.
Thank you, Chris. You have 3 minutes left.
Oh, that's very short. Sorry. I thought I had 30 minutes for my talk. That has been reduced, apparently. So, okay, the quality of the restoration is highly influenced by the presence or absence of barriers. And in this paper, we explored the different barriers or bottlenecks for successful ecological restoration based on the perspective of a wide group of European restoration experts. So it's no wonder that insufficient funding is at number one. And luckily, the European Commission or the European Council of Environmental Ministers and the European Parliament agreed recently that from 2026 onwards, 10% of the European budget annually will be spent on biodiversity. So that is great, huge news. But what I want to say with showing you this illustration is that the lack of knowledge, ecological knowledge, only comes at the 8th place, and the other constraints all have to do with financial matters, legal, socio-economic, and governance issues. So that is why I think it's also necessary that we work transdisciplinary when we work together with governments and stakeholders on restoration. Next, please. So I skip this one. You can, yes, next, skip with this one. Yes. So the number 2 challenge is on the quantity of restoration. How much restoration do we need? Well, by the end of this year, all member states need to submit a pledge to the Commission for the designation of 30% of each biogeographic region in the EU as protected area and 10% as strictly protected area, all covered by conservation objectives and conservation measures and restoration measures. If the nature restoration law comes into force, all member states will need to submit a national restoration plan with the strategies, how they will comply with the different restoration obligations for different ecosystem groups. Your help is needed to assist the member states in the prioritization where, by when, and how they can commit to the targets. The nature restoration law is partly motivated by the urgency to combat climate change and its impact. Major attention will go to the potential for mitigation adaptation through the restoration of forests, wetlands, grasslands, coastal areas. Your help is needed to identify the areas where the action needs to take place for maximal effect and to make sure that climate goals are not counterproductive with biodiversity targets. We don't want to plant trees on valuable grasslands. We don't want to plant trees that are not adapted to local conditions or that are not native. So best practice guidance is needed. Halting the loss of biodiversity in Europe will only succeed if we can mitigate the detrimental effects of habitat fragmentation. So we need your help to assist the member states in designating corridor areas for better connectivity. Do we need habitat corridors or landscape corridors or stepping stones? And how should they be designed? These are all important questions. Especially for the smaller areas, it will also be important for biodiversity to define site-specific measures to better buffering against pressures. And finally, we need your help to make sure that also the habitat types that are not on the Annex 1 of the Habitat Directive receive the attention they deserve attention, and the same also for species that are vulnerable to extinction. So I will, next slide, and I'll suggest to skip these. Yes, next one, next one, next one, next one. So afterwards, I will share my slides. So yes, I will stick on this one. So what we did in Flanders is we mapped all historical wetlands who in the 1950s covered 19% of the area. And we were able to distinguish different wetland categories. So this kind of maps are extremely valuable now, indicating the favorable reference area for restoration. Ideally, we need this kind of maps for all major ecosystem groups in every country. Next, please. So yes, I skipped that one as well. So we also looked at the current wetland expansion targets of the Flemish government as part of the Natura 2000 policy, and found that the current ambition for wetland expansion on average for the sum of all different wetland types covers only 5 to 7% of what actually is still possible in the field, in reality. So all in all, the Flemish government has a rather low ambition level. And all these scientific findings and guidance are, of course, essential information to underpin the Flemish National Restoration Plan for wetlands when the nature restoration law comes into force. So as scientific community, we will be better prepared for all these questions coming at us very soon. Next. And to illustrate the need of thinking really big for restoration, I like to show the One Earth climate model. Actually, it is the only climate model that still gives us a chance to stay below the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature rise. The conditions are that we invest in massive restoration of terrestrial and marine ecosystems to increase their carbon sink capacity and we need to undo the land use change that generated all the greenhouse gas emissions. But yes, we are running out of time indeed, and we need to act now as soon as possible. So there is a real urgency. Next. I will skip everything on monitoring and reporting. I will share my PowerPoint later. Just this illustration. It's we call it the recovery wheel. It's a tool proposed by the Society for Ecological Restoration. The left wheel shows the baseline condition of a site in terms of the quality or quality of important attributes and parameters. Make you think about the objectives you want to reach for different parameters. And it also forces you to think about the selection of clever indicators for monitoring. Here, the ranking of quality and quantity of indicators is done on a scale from 1 to 5. And at any point in time after restoration, for instance, 10 years post-restoration, you can measure where you stand in terms of distance to target. And it's a great tool for communication and reporting. Please try it out. There are some links on the slide on the right. So there's even an app for your mobile phone for this recovery wheel. Next. The last challenge, and maybe even the most important one, if you allow me just a few minutes to end with these slides. Science is useless if the scientific findings do not reach the end user. So it's really important that we collaborate with practitioners, with site managers, with policymakers. And so we need to break down the silos, and the collaboration needs to be structural, needs to be long-term. And so and we need the science to offer the practitioners best practice guidance for restoration of all major ecosystem types and species. And as our knowledge and experience evolves over time, the best practice guidance need to be adjustable over time. Scientists can also learn from the experience of practitioners, and that's something that we sometimes neglect. And of course, the guidance must be presented in a way that site managers and policymakers understand it, preferably in their own national language, and also embedded in the local policy culture. The most urgent gap in our knowledge is at the site level to assist practitioners in the planning and design of restoration projects. But there is a problem. It's often hard for scientists to find the co-financing they need to engage in projects and in policy development. So we need to fix that, and science funding organizations, in my opinion, have a big responsibility here. And finally, it's often hard to see the forest through the trees. The scientific community could do a better job in facilitating networking and providing meta-reviews on restoration questions. Next, please. So I like to promote the standards of good practice for planning and implementing of ecological restoration. It's a general document endorsed by different international governance bodies. But I like to go over to the next slide, just mentioning that, as you all know, there are so many knowledge sharing platforms in the EU. And frankly said, often it is a true labyrinth to find the specific information you are looking for, thinking of a practitioner's point of view, of course. There's a lot of gray literature there. There's fragmented or outdated information. And it would be great if in time we could have much more clever search systems in place based on well-indexed sources and the quality of the information that is available. And if I have to pick one favorite search tool, I can recommend the knowledge base provided by the Endangered Landscape Program from Cambridge University, which is regularly updated and well indexed. But again, the practitioners, most of them don't fluently read or understand English. We must be aware of that. And we will always need information, knowledge sharing platforms, and training in the native language if we want to be successful with our huge agenda on ecological restoration. So next slide, please. And this is an example of a few guidance documents that I think are very worth mentioning, because they managed to bridge the gap, the language barrier for peatland restoration. And they are useful documents, guidance to a practitioner in Finland, the Netherlands, or Poland on peatland restoration. A peatland in the Pyrenees is not the same as a peatland in the Netherlands or in Finland. They may share a lot of characteristics and problems in how they function, but successful restoration will always need tailored measures according to the local landscape context, species composition, national legislation, and policy culture. That is why we need restoration scientists, as you all, to get involved at the local level as well. So with the massive challenge of the restoration agenda in front of us, and I'm nearly ending my presentation, I'm in favor of establishing a structural collaboration network between researchers, site managers, and policymakers in every country. Together, we are able to master proper science-based planning and design of restoration projects, introduce the latest scientific insights, implement measures, and coordinate monitoring and evaluation. In these local collaboration networks, different working groups can be installed for different ecosystem types or species groups. So, and a good example, next slide. Yes, that next slide.
Would it be possible to conclude your presentation?
Yes, I will conclude. This is just, I want to mention that I like to have a look, invite you to have a look at, next slide please, at the Dutch Knowledge Network. Next slide, for restoration and management. So they are an example of such collaboration network, which works very efficiently and effectively. So next slide, please. And so on the website, you can find more information of these collaboration structures we need in every European country. Of course, there is also the value of European conferences. They are a great way to foster collaboration and networking and exchange of knowledge. And this is the role that the Society of Ecological Restoration is keen to play. And it's my pleasure to invite you all to our next conference in Alicante in Spain from 5 to 9 September. And also in the next European conference, we are happy to provide you with a venue for your workshops and symposia you like to organize to foster knowledge exchange and discussion with your peers. So this was a very long list of challenges. Sorry, I had to hurry. I hope you did not lose appetite to tackle them one by one. So it is with the following last slide that I like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Chris, for this very interesting presentation. I'm sorry to cut you short, but we are running slightly behind the schedule. Now perhaps just a question or two, if you have it, you can type it in the questions and answers box, but only to the speakers from this first introductory session. I would just like to say the questions regarding the acknowledgements or reporting requirements and so forth. We have a dedicated time slot in the agenda towards the end of the day. So we will address these questions later on. And just for you to know, to repeat again, the presentation will be uploaded on the Biodiversa and Water JPI website. It will be available to everyone. So now, if you have a question for any of the speakers, you can type it to the questions and answers box, and if not, we will quickly move on to the project presentations, because we have 22 projects that are eagerly waiting for their turn. So it seems that we have a lot of thanks for our speakers. Thank you also on our behalf. And we are now quickly moving on to the first block of the presentations on the funded projects. You have the agendas. I would like to remind the coordinators or the presenters to be ready for their turn. We only have a slight change in the order, so we received a request from one project that will actually be will present the project first. So this is Coast Projects. Teresa Amaro, the floor is yours. And just please, everyone, I would like to ask you to stick to the 4-minute mark. I'm really sorry for this, but we have a very long day ahead, so I'd really appreciate if you stick to this mark. Thank you. Teresa, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Teresa Amaro. I'm the coordinator from the University of Aveiro in Portugal, and I will be actually coordinating the conservation of marine ecosystems around Sant Antão, Cape Verde Island. Next, please. So Cabo Verde is a country in Africa where blue growth can help to contribute with solutions for high poverty rates. However, no valuable baseline knowledge on the environmental status of marine ecosystem is available. So COAST will hopefully provide multidisciplinary understanding about the biodiversity and ecosystem functioning, as well as suitable indicators for recovery, allowing the implementation of integrated environmental management actions based on the best scientific knowledge. Next, please. So the objectives of COAST will be to evaluate the vulnerability of marine communities, to implement pilot conservation restoration actions for selected degraded ecosystems, to provide baseline data to inform policymakers, authority institutions, and practitioners, and to increase ecosystem resilience to climate change around Sant Antão Island. Next, please. So this is just a map to indicate you where Sant Antão is in Cape Verde. Next, please. So the project structure of COAST will be based or composed by 6 work package. Work package 6 will be led by University of Aveiro and Guiomar for coordination and data management. And then work package 1 will actually feed the other 4 work package and will be led by Guiomar and Cisic in Spain. And then work package 2 will be about ecosystem function of Sant Antão habitats led by University of Aveiro and University of Brest. Then work package 3 will be led by CIMAR and University of Barcelona and will be about environmental assessment of Sant Antão ecosystems and potential restoration actions. Work package 4 led by Air Center and ADPM will be actually about socio and economics and policy for conservation and restoration. Finally, work package 5 led by Underwater Experience and CIMAR will be about communication, training and outreach. Next, please. So the scientific impact will be to improve knowledge on marine Sant Antão habitats, to provide efficient management recommendations for their sustainable development, along with mitigation plans for the effects of global changes, to improve research capacity to collect data and to define baselines for marine ecosystems, to develop training on new instrumentation, operation and maintenance, to establish a collaborative environment for the integrated analysis of local data, and finally to advance innovative technology and the vulnerability analysis of marine ecosystems in Sant Antão. Next, please. So for policy and societal impact, COAST will aim at contributing to create guidelines and priority conservation strategies to affected ecosystems and to achieve efficient management recommendations locally at Sant Antão. And hopefully this project will be a model project that can be applied to other islands in Cape Verde and to coastal African countries. The key stakeholders involved here will be local environmental authorities and public agencies, local community members, universities and research institutions. So COAST will support translation of science into policy interventions and contribute to reduce economic and society disparities, linking the needs of the marine ecosystems and the communities. Next, please. So I'd like to thank the Biodiversa, of course, and the Water JPI Oceans, and the countries funders from Portugal, the Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, Fundo Regional para a Ciência e Tecnologia, and then in Spain, Agencia Estatal de Investigación, the German Research Foundation in Germany, and the Agence Nationale de la Recherche in French. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. We are now moving on to the project COSAR.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Jeremy Pfadi from INRAE France, and I am very pleased to coordinate and to shortly present to you COSAR, which stands for Context Dependence of the Societal and Ecological Outcomes from River Ecosystem Restoration. It involves INRAE, the Umwelt Campus Birkenfeld, Wageningen Environmental Research, and the ERWAG. Overall, the COSAR aims at producing an integrative approach to identify what environmental context features mostly influence the outcomes from river physical restoration, and to help stakeholders focusing on potentially successful projects. To do so, we will focus on the 200 restored and monitored sites database across Europe, and we will define and compute the relevant metrics to assess ecological outcomes at a community level and societal outcomes as defined by societal uses and perception of restoration assessed through social media networks post-analysis. And we will also analyze how both types of outcomes interact. Then we will use available European databases to derive the environmental context of the site, such as land cover, connectivity, demography, and so on, at both different spatial and temporal scales to quantify the relative weights of the different factors on observed restoration outcomes. And finally, we will propose an analysis framework allowing the assessment of expected outcomes from future restoration projects according to their contexts. Next, please. Yeah. During COSAR, we will progress on different topics, hopefully. First, the multiple stressors framework is still little used in the context of restoration planning and monitoring. And introducing the different pressures and policies at the relevant scales will provide a better understanding of river ecosystem recovery and societal expectation from restoration. The fact that most of the sites are timely monitored will also allow us getting further than the commonly space for time used assumption. Second, we will give a particular focus on legacies, and we plan using historical databases, ecological atlas, and elicited stakeholders' knowledge at the watershed scale to introduce past states as explanatory factors of present restoration outcomes. And last, ecological and societal outcomes are rarely considered simultaneously when analyzing restoration goals and results, and an integrative approach here should provide interesting insights with direct application for stakeholders. Especially societal acceptance of this costly project is a key factor to reach policy's goals, and stakeholders often need clear elements to communicate on restoration results. So having objective ecological and societal criteria to assess goal achievements and a clear framework to discuss them is relevant here. To ensure meeting these expectations, we involve a large set of stakeholders groups with representatives coming from the different countries, and a dedicated work package will organize regular virtual and physical meetings to share concepts and discuss strategies and choices with them. Finally, the results will be spread through numerical communication, such as the website and social networks, and a compendium of fact sheets for which stakeholders will also be invited to participate with the writing of specific sector perspectives. We would like to thank all the funding agencies, such as the French National Research Agency, the German Research Foundation, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality of Netherlands for the funding of the project. Thanks very much, and talk soon.
Thank you very much. We are moving on to FishMe.
Yeah, good day, everyone. I'm Dirk Schmeller at the Laboratoire d'écologie fonctionnelle et environnement. It's a little bit of a long title, and I'm the PI of the project FishMe, Social and Ecological Effects of Fish-Me Removal in Mountain Ecosystems. No, that was too fast, but anyway. And there are 6 partners across the south of Europe, more or less, south to the east, and 1 associated partner. Now you can change. And the project is structured in 4 different work packages, 3 work packages where we also bring together already existing knowledge, but also add new knowledge on the impacts of fish introductions to mountains, on the pollution in mountains and the synergistic effects of fish introduction and pollution, and the recovery potential of mountain lakes. Many of you might know that mountain lakes are usually naturally fishless, so adding fish to mountains is actually quite an important impact on the ecosystem, and we try to show with FishMe what is possible in regard to restoration, and develop then in the first work package a FishMe management tool to give others the possibility to learn from our mistakes. Next. So all of this comes together in understanding global change impacts, climate change, land use, pollution on the fauna and flora of mountain lakes, including microorganisms, biofilms, and others, and all of their species interactions, because they are the basis of the functioning and the services of mountain ecosystems, and the water use in their cities close to the mountains. So all of this will have an effect on the ecosystem health as well as water quality, and therefore also has a far-reaching impact on quite a range of different points. Next. And these points are actually very much in link with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations to reduce, to improve human health, to keep water drinkable, to produce food, to fight hunger, and to conserve biodiversity. So this is where we are trying to contribute to with the FishMe project. Also by engaging with different NGOs, associations, national and regional parks, the conservatoire or the committees on national levels, forest offices, and others. And we also have planned and already started to communicate to the general public using YouTube, the conversation, and other online journals which are meant for the general public. And all of this will also be then integrated into the FishMe toolbox at the end. Next. So we are funded by 4 agencies in Spain, in Romania, in Austria, and in France. Global Mountain Biodiversity Assessment is financing its own partner, and their last partner is actually financed through a live project which is closely linked to us. We thank, of course, the funders for having provided the funding, and we are sure with the team we can quite well progress and make a change in mountain ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dirk. Moving on to Forrest Fisher.
Yes, hello. So I'm Pablo Tedesco. I'm working in the University of Toulouse in France. I'm coordinating the Forrest Fisher project, which aims at defining priority areas for the conservation and restoration of Amazonian forest frugivorous fish interactions and the associated fisheries. The consortium is composed of 5 financed partners from France, Portugal, Germany, and Brazil, and we have 5 also self-financed partners, mainly from Brazil, which shows that this topic is really important for Brazilian partners. And we have also 1 self-financed partner from the USA and an NGO involved also as a partner. Next, please. So the focus of the project is about frugivorous fishes because they directly depend on the forest and play also a crucial role in maintaining the forest diversity because they are seed dispersers. And they also constitute a key role as a food and income for traditional and local human populations. And this socio-ecological system is at great pressure, mainly from deforestation, climate change, dams, and overfishing. And the project wants to integrate all these diverse components to define the priority areas that should ensure the resilience of these socio-ecological system. So the main activities, thank you. The main activities are first to analyze the recent and ongoing impacts of land use change on this fish group, then to build regional informed scenarios of the future Amazon land use change, and then to use these scenarios in a forecasting exercise to analyze the frugivorous fish distribution shifts expected for the future, and finally, use all this produced scientific information in participatory land use planning involving the stakeholders. Next, please. So, as you may know, the Amazon is at the center of an ongoing international debate, and our project offers an interdisciplinary approach to assess the combined effects of multiple threats on this essential fish group that contributes to the functioning of a socioeconomic system, and also to the ecological processes needed for forest sustainability. And the main questions that we will address are three main questions. So first, how recent land use change have affected this fish group? Will future climate change, land use, and river fragmentation change in the Amazon will affect the availability of suitable areas for this fish group, and how the expected shift in the distribution will affect the fishing communities and the traditional fishing grounds. And this last question is related to our main societal challenge, which is to contribute to a successful mitigation of the current and future changes in a fishing resource. And for that, we will focus on the Madeira-Purus interfluvial region, where we have already identified a number of fishing communities here in the map. And this mitigation represents a policy issue that we will address by building a protocol that guides public policy and decision makers to design fishery agreements and land use planning, which are a participatory instrument that associate fisheries and land use in communal rules based on the scientific knowledge that will be produced by the project and the traditional knowledge from the local communities. And this will be done through participatory workshops, so involving, of course, the stakeholders. Two of them are already official partners of the project, the SEMADEM and an NGO, a local NGO. And we will also have, of course, the local community representatives and leaders, and we will contact state and federal agencies and local associations and schools. And these are all the funding agencies, so from France, Portugal, Brazil, Germany, and we have also a number of self-financed projects. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Moving on to MSR.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jean-Yves Georges. I'm scientist in Strasbourg, France, and the EMISSARE project, ECO's emissary. The idea is to investigate, to assess, to make a socio-ecological evaluation of wetland restoration in favor of the reintroduction of the European Pond project. That's a project with 10 partners, including 3 self-financed partners. And we try to contribute to the strategy in 2030, emphasizing that we need nature in our lives and considering that species reintroduction are operational strategies to counter biodiversity loss. So the project itself is a 3-year participatory action-oriented research project aiming at defining the most ecologically and economically efficient and socially supported methods of wetland restoration for sustainable maintenance of the European pond turtle and associated biodiversity throughout Europe. So we have 5 work packages aiming at assessing the ecological succession and assess the restoration recovery of wetlands in 3 different countries, France, Germany, and Latvia. We also assess the ecosystem. That's a bit too fast, thank you. The ecosystem functioning through long-term monitoring and environmental genomics. We are also concerned by not target species because restoration also contributes to the entrance on other species than the European pond turtle, including invasive species. So we have a special focus on invasive crayfish, but also a focus on emblematic patrimonial amphibians. And the idea is to develop an adaptive management, creating a new pond that might benefit to the local patrimony, but preventing biological invasions. Our Polish colleagues are working on the work package on socio-economical aspects, mainly to contribute to produce some public perception assessment and how the public perception of nature contribute to people engagement in conservation actions. And we want to produce a forecast modeling of the trends between wetland restoration and reintroduction through bioclimatic modeling. The idea is to produce guidelines. And all these data are also shared with stakeholders who are partners of the project. From a scientific point of view, our project is fully transdisciplinary, and we are tackling theories in humanity science, social science, and natural science. We are working at different scale, from historical to future environmental status of the wetlands in different countries, France, Germany, and Latvia. And we want to produce a huge literature review of gray literature from all wetland restoration and turtle reintroduction projects, supported by our own experimental approaches, long-term monitoring and modeling. We have one main hypothesis, which is that higher degree of wetland restoration compensate for limited capabilities of captive bred turtles to settle in the wild, but also that conservation action can benefit society by bringing together people and nature. The challenge we have is to identify a societally supported, cost-efficient method of wetland restoration for effective species reintroduction. And for that, we have to assess the values of nature given by citizens and authorities that motivate them to engage themselves in conservation action. And for that, we want to identify the levers to bring back together people and nature. So we have involvement of stakeholders. So we have 3 partners engaged in the project. And we also want to involve inhabitants and local actors from local to national authorities throughout Europe. So we have several other countries that are associated to the project. And finally, through public seminars and participatory workshops, we want to improve the transfer of knowledge between academic experts and people, leading to decision-making environmental policy. And the final goal is to produce guidelines for optimal wetland restoration in favor of species reintroduction, and namely amphibians and European pond turtle. And the project, so we go to the next one. The project is funded by the French, German, Latvian, and Poland funding agencies. And we also have 3 partners who are self-funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now moving on to the last project of this block, Translog.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me? So my name is François Sarrazin. I'm the coordinator of the Translog project for translocation of flora and fauna for conservation and restoration, ecological, evolutionary, and socioeconomic impacts at multiple scales. So this project includes 10 partners from 7 countries. Next slide, please. And this project aims to investigate and quantify how conservation translocation impact restoration. We will consider ecological, evolutionary, and social dimension from local to global scales, and we will mix large database and accurate case studies. The project is structured in 8 work packages, which will consider the development of the database, but also to look at efforts, efficacy, relevance, and also socio-economic effects of translocation. And we'll mix these approaches in a global multifaceted measurement of performance of translocation to go to outreach, of course, towards stakeholders and decision makers. And each work package will be managed by 2 partners, and most partners will involve personnel in the different work packages. Next slide. So the expected impact from the scientific point of view will be mostly based on this documentation of translocation worldwide, which is at a wide level, at the European level, through the database that already exists in our labs. And we will mostly focus on translocation efforts in order to contribute to the understanding of the restoration of phylogenetic and functional diversity in European ecosystems, and also to look at the effect of EU policies on translocation initiatives. We will also assess the influence of economic cost on these translocation efforts. But we will also try to define translocation efficacy, particularly from a demographic point of view, accounting for a large diversity of generation times and life cycles, which is always a challenge. And we will consider also cost effectiveness dimension of success and efficacy. But we want to look, can you come back, please? But we want to look at the relevance of translocation, measuring their congruence with global changes, and also the ability of translocated species to disperse in fragmented landscapes. So we want to go back to global and multifaceted performance of translocation. And the main challenge will be to identify proxies of the restoration of evolutionary potential, and also mixing functional and evolutionary dimension in population restoration, and also define united and standardized short and long-term translocation success criteria in order to be relevant for a large range of flora and fauna restoration. Next slide. From societal and policy impact, we will assess the diversity of the human dimensions that will be considered for this translocation projects, and particularly examine how actors' awareness is involved in the way they influence satisfaction, conflicts, and socio-ecological outcomes of translocation. And we will also assess the socio-economic consequences of this translocation. But one point is also to look at the shift in actors' satisfaction and perception and value during translocation projects. We will look at that through case studies or using various methods going from interviews to serious games. So the engagement of stakeholders will be based on our identification through the main database that we are setting up, but also to prioritize, according to the work package on efforts, the practitioners and stakeholders that will be most important. Sorry, could you come back, please? So long. We will use a subset of translocation to run serious games, particularly on mammals and birds. And we hope to move on these societal and policy issues in order to have some feedback on guidelines, worldwide guidelines, but also EU policies that will be very important for this conservation translocations. The dissemination of information will be based on different kind of approaches, website, press release, but also communication, and a final symposium that will involve a broad audience. But our regular interaction with stakeholders will be also of first importance during the whole program. So the project, last slide, is funded by 7 national agencies the FNRS for Belgium, the ANR for France, the Ministry in charge of research for Morocco, the FCT for Portugal, the AIE for Spain, the CEPER for Sweden, the SNSF for Switzerland, and we're also one of our partners, which is a private company with partly self-funded, so Biotop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite you to ask questions through your questions and answers box. You can type in your questions and we will read them out loud for the coordinators. Wait another minute, perhaps, give a little bit of time.
Yeah, I guess everyone left.
No, we can see that we have lots of participants. If you are a panelist in this meeting, you can also raise your hand and ask the question directly. This is the first block, so perhaps it's a little bit slow, this questions and answers sessions, but feel free to ask. Yeah, we have one question. My colleague Esther will read it.
Yes, we have a question from Alienor, and he was asking how many participants are we. So currently we are like 138 people attending this session.
So just for you to know that we have the coordinators from the funded projects invited, but also other principal investigators and representatives from other funded projects, as well as some of the funders here today. So perhaps we can move on to the second block then. And if you feel that you have that you want to ask something, you can already type in your question before the Q&A slot starts, and we will then read it when the time comes. So we are now moving on to the second block of the project presentations. We are starting with a BioResearch project.
Okay, so good afternoon. I will present biodiversity restoration and conservation of inland water ecosystems for environmental and human well-being project, which acronym is BioReset. My name is Cristina de Lerumat, and I came from Requinte, from Portugal. The consortium of the project, yes, thank you. The consortium of the project includes 7 partners, 3 from Portugal. Requinte, it is a research unit and the coordinator. CIMAR is another research unit, and Água Recente Litoral, a wastewater treatment plan. IFE from Norway. 2 universities from Spain, University of Vigo and the University of Oviedo, and Swedish University of Agricultural Science from Sweden. Almost of these partners took part of another project, so I think that we have a good team. BioReset will directly contribute to European policies, namely by tackling two main environmental objectives of European Union, promoting biodiversity and attending water quality. The work plan was organized in 5 work packages, 2 traditional ones, dissemination and management, both involving all the partners. The team leader of the work package for dissemination is the University of Oviedo, and from the wastewater treatment, the work package 5 management, Requinte is the leader. The technical work package are 3, the 1, the 2nd, and the 3rd. So in the work package 1, what we want is the development of analytical method to analyze emergent contaminants in inland waters. Sorry. Okay. Requinte is the work package leader. The work package 2, we want to improve the effectiveness and upscaling of wastewater treatments with the University of Vigo as leader. And in the work package 3, the evaluation of ecosystem conservation and restoration using the Diatomad biofilms with CIMAR as leader. 2 aspects can be considered to expect scientific impacts, monitoring with the construction of a data space time picture and the construction of electrochemical sensors. And the other point is the wastewater treatment technologies for pharmaceuticals and microplastic removal. To select the best technological option, a life cycle assessment tool will be applied. Diatomad films is a strategy to evaluate the resilience to climate change and micropollutants and assessment of ecosystems recovery. All the results will be available and useful to policymakers, wastewater treatment plants, stakeholders, governmental authorities, and environmental managers. Next, please. So, BioReset is aligned with Sustainable Development Goals, namely 6, 17, and 17, and 2030 targets of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. The communication and outreach was considered for immediately stakeholders, industry and academy, secondary stakeholders and students with different kinds of indicators presented in the slides. The BioReset site is just ongoing. So I would like to thank all the institutions, organizations mentioning this slide for the financial support. And of course, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. The next project is BiodivRestore.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Kim Bayram, and I'm the PI of the project Holistic Evaluation and Restoration Measure of Human Impacts on Freshwater Ecosystems across biogeographical gradients. It's a rather long title, but we compensate with the short acronym BiodivRestore. The project is a cooperation with Norway, Denmark, Finland, Spain, and Sweden, where the national project partner is led by myself, Berit Hasler, Ante Loranta, Javier Sanchez Hernandez, and Per Bystam, respectively. Our main motivation to start this project was to contribute with reducing the contemporary global freshwater crisis. And we are convinced that to reduce freshwater stressors and to reduce degraded freshwater ecosystems, we need new modeling framework that capture the interconnected and cascading processes within these systems. So in BiodivRestore, we therefore aim to develop an integrated modeling approach that will combine mechanistic understanding of how selector stressors affect trait expressions of individual fish, how this changes the population size structure and the feedback on the structure, function, and stability of food webs, and thereby socio-economical aspects of the system. We focus on lake ecosystems that are vital for societal prosperity and public health due to the numerous ecosystem services they provide, like drinking water, biological filtering, food production, and recreational opportunities. Next slide. Yeah. From our modeling framework, we expect to provide new knowledge on how functional diversity of lake ecosystems is altered by anthropogenic drivers at a different level of biological organization. Furthermore, we will highlight the crucial role of size-dependent interaction and novel theory of how ontogenic development, asymmetry, and niche shifts are mediating species responses to the environmental change within natural systems. An application of these theories are still largely unexplored, so there will be a large potential for developing new models that incorporate this size by environment interaction in natural systems. The new knowledge of ecological responses across freshwater ecosystems enable us to model the spatial distribution of costs and benefits, allowing assessments of cost-efficient solution in lake habitats and catchments with different characteristics. The need to account for multiple stressors in conserving freshwaters have been highlighted in, for instance, the EU Water Framework Directive. So our modeling framework will be able to answer these needs directly, where, for example, different potential nature-based solutions can be simulated to explore consequences of land use, climate change, interactions on freshwater systems. The results and knowledge will be communicated through, for example, map-based tools and workshops involving national and local stakeholders such as National Environmental Agency and owner associations. The results can be utilized to strengthen the resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards, as well as to facilitate effective revisions of current policies and approaches for land usage. And the national funders that we would like to acknowledge are, thank you. For Sweden, it's the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency. For Finland, it's the Academy of Finland. And for Spain, it's the State Research Agency. For Denmark, it's the Innovation Fund. And for Norway, the Research Council of Norway. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Resturi.
It seems that my camera is not really working, but good afternoon. My name is Mario Bauns. I'm the coordinator of the Restoring project, which I would like to present within the next 4 minutes. Next slide, please. And of course, I'm not alone. So with a long project title, there comes a long list of collaborators. But of course, we did not choose the collaborators according to filling this page here. But of course, we choose them or to form this disciplinary expertise panel. And of course, to cover also this gradient across biomes, which is one of the central aims of our project. Next slide. And our central aim, of course, is to establish and test a novel framework for quantifying restoration success. And this takes into focus the role of the stream hydromorphology and connects morphological heterogeneity with diversity and functions. And hydromorphology is known to play some role, but I think the role of hydromorphology, especially for microbial and macrobial diversity, is not fully evaluated. And that's why we took this particular ecosystem property into focus. And one of the other points, which I think are especially relevant for management, are ecosystem functions as new indicators of restoration success. And I really like Chris' presentation in the morning session, where he showed that function and biodiversity are complementary indicators, or should be indicators of restoration success. Next slide, please. And of course, with these points, also the scientific impact is somehow given. And from the fundamental science, we contribute to a kind of novel understanding on the functional role of diversity, especially in the relationship between microbial diversity and microbial ecosystem function. And of course, what I showed earlier is the role of this multifunctionality in streams. This concept is established for terrestrial ecosystems and it's quite often used for indicating ecosystem status, but it's rather new for freshwaters, and that's why we try to test this on stream ecosystems. As I said, hydromorphological role is really important, so it's the prime driver for all these processes and the diversity, and we want to quantify this role as well. And from a more applied point of view, the concept of ecosystem services, which builds on the concept of ecosystem functioning, is probably also one of the points where we can make some major scientific impacts. From the applied point of view, our project contributes especially to this European policy strategies like the biodiversity strategy, which aims at restoring 25,000 kilometers of streams and rivers. And we want to provide guidance which components of the stream hydromorphology must be restored to return diversity in functioning to levels of the pristine or near pristine status. And of course, by establishing indicators of functions, we contribute also to this diversity strategy and the Water Framework Directive, and giving probably indication of both of indicators of functions for restoration success and ecosystem status. Concerning the engagement and the involvement of stakeholders, we plan to have a kind of international stakeholder panel, which joins and contributes also to the project success. And we are currently engaging and collecting interested local stakeholders. Here I put some collection on the stakeholders we're already in contact with. And the plan is to involve them primarily via stakeholder workshops held biannually. And these are the list of all the funding agencies which so far or hopefully will fund us in the future. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The last project in this block is Respond.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bram van Schoeminkel. I'm presenting a project that is led by two partners in Belgium, a partner in Poland, Spain, and Morocco. And our project is about temporary pond ecosystems. So next slide, please. That was the previous one. That's also a previous one. Please go. That's better. That's how a temporary pond looks like. Well, they actually exist in different forms, different types, but in Europe, and particularly in the Habitats Directive, there are no different types recognized. So every pond from the north of Norway to the south of Spain or Portugal is the same, essentially, legally speaking, but they're very different. And in this project, we want to do something about that. So next slide, please. So we faced several problems. Most temporary ponds in Europe are totally unprotected. Many of them are degraded. There have been projects to restore them or create new ones, but they had variable success. So some did great, some did not have fantastic results. And the ecosystem services of these systems are not well understood and often regarded as poor, or they are mainly considered to have lots of disservices. So we want to do something about this reputation as well. So next slide, please. So these 5 problems have inspired us to develop 5 solutions in 5 work packages, which are on the next slide that will hopefully appear. So there they are. So what are we going to do? We're going to develop an effective conservation framework for temporary ponds in Europe. We're going to make a typology, and we're going to map them and see how well they are currently protected and how we can improve this. We're going to revise all the literature, all the databases that exist to develop better guidelines to reduce degradation. We're also going to revisit pond restoration and creation projects and analyze what made them a success and what made them failures. And fourth, we're going to do massive, large-scale experiments in 4 different European countries, as well as Morocco, to quantify ecosystem services and disservices. And finally, our last work package is all about raising awareness about these ecosystems using different means. Next slide, please. There's something very cool about these ecosystems that you might not know. If you look at these fossils here on the left hand, they are 350 million years old, and they have typical temporary pond fauna, fairy shrimp and tadpole shrimp to be precisely. Now these creatures, their descendants are still present in temporary ponds in Europe, but they're very, very endangered. So next slide, please. So why should we care about these special crustaceans? Well, it's because we believe that they are crucial in making sure that a pond functions well. We believe they can help to control cyanobacterial blooms. that they can help to reduce mosquito populations, and that they can fulfill a very important role in transforming biomass that is present in the temporary ponds and making that biomass available to, for instance, migratory water birds. Next slide, please. So this is the structure of our project, the theory of change, so to speak. So see how the different activities coordinated by the different partners lead to deliverables. In the end, you also see our impact. So we, through our activities, want to improve their protection, reduce degradation, improve the success of creation and restoration, improve their services, and improve their reputation. And if you want to know how we're going to do this, you can check that out in our project. We have engaged a very diverse set of stakeholders, ranging from government organs, managers, and local landowners, which will be consulted in different phases of the project. Next slide, please. So I'm already at the end. I want to thank our generous funders, and if you want to learn more about us and see how we can link up with your project, please feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have some time for questions. So again, use the Q&A or chat box, or if you have the possibility to the rights to speak, to be a presenter, you can also raise your hand and just ask your question or say your comment. Yeah, we have, I think we have Kati Vierico, and then we have Dirk Schmeller with their hands raised, and I think we also have a comment or a question in the chat box. So Kati first.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for interesting presentation. I have a question, especially the final response. What kind of temporary ponds you are focusing? Only in agricultural or rural areas, or do you have temporary ponds also in urban areas?
That's an interesting question. For now, we mainly focused on natural systems, not taking too much into account the ones that exist in extremely urban settings, but certainly ponds in peri-urban settings, in agricultural settings, which are extremely common. Those we will consider, but obviously like these low biodiversity city ponds, not so much, unless somebody can convince me that it's really worthwhile doing that.
Well, I will then take the floor if no one is changing it. It's partly what Kati asked would have been a similar question from my side, but all of your ponds are in the lowlands, but we have some similar issues in mountains, in mountain lakes. While they are not necessarily temporary lakes, but there's a lot of impact from livestock and so on. So it could be interesting to maybe chat a little bit, maybe tomorrow or another time, to see if there are possible linkages.
Sure. The crucial aspect for us is that the fact that they dry out seasonally, or you could say that when they freeze over entirely, that is a similar process which excludes fish and which then ensures that they have this very specific fauna. So sure, we're not just considering lowland ponds. We're considering, for instance, these typical rock pool environments where I'm sitting right now, which tend to be higher up on plateaus and mountainsides. But indeed, I would be interested to talk to people working on more mountainous ponds, because obviously it's not black and white. There's a whole gray zone of ponds going from permanent, semi-permanent into temporary. So yeah, it would be nice to chat when there's availability tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. We also have, I don't see any other hands raised, but we have some questions in the chat. Esther, if you could just read them.
Yes, this is a question for a Restore project for the PI Mario Browns. The question is, how many sites will be studied and what protocol will you use to assess hydromorphology?
Yes, thanks for this question. So there will be 9 sites /streams per country, so 4 countries and 9 different sites. And we will establish a special protocol for measuring hydromorphology, and it's work in progress. And I would probably have to relate this question to the expertise in my team. So, but maybe we can do this later on when there's more time, or tomorrow in this clustering workshop.
Thank you, Mario. We have a couple of questions for Respond project. First one is, are you considering emissions of greenhouse gases? And second one is, do you also address the problem that ponds can turn to temporary ponds due to climatic changes?
Sorry, I didn't get the first question. Could you please repeat?
Are you considering emissions of greenhouse gases?
Right. It's not included in our project. There is another EU project which is called Ponderful, which has as main focus looking at contributions of ponds and smaller ponds and permanent ponds to greenhouse gas emissions, for instance. So that's why we don't consider it in our project. But there is a complementary project that exists which is called Ponderful, and yeah, they are doing that. Similarly, when it comes to looking at how the phenology of small ponds will change through different climate scenarios, is not explicitly included in this Biodiversa project at the moment, but it is something that the research groups involved in this project are doing to various extents outside of this project.
Thank you. Okay, so it seems that there are no more questions for the projects in this block. In this case, I would like to suggest to do a small break. We can take 20 minutes until 3:45. Is that okay for everyone? So let's grab a coffee or a glass of water, and we will continue at 3:45. Thank you.
And Maya and Esther, sorry to disturb you, but I think the sound is not so good from your side. I don't know if during the break maybe we can try to improve it.
Yeah, we can try to maybe take this time to try to switch the microphones.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so at 3:45 we meet again. Thank you.
Okay, see you.
We are now starting with bioconsent project.
Okay, hello everybody. Good afternoon, dear Biodiversa and Water JPI team members, dear funders, dear colleagues from sciences and policymakers. It's really my pleasure to be the next speaker. I am the project coordinator of the BioConsent project. BioConsent stands for Decision-Making Support for Forest Biodiversity Conservation and Management. Sorry, this was too. Can you go back, please? So BioConsent stands for Decision-Making Support for Forest Biodiversity Conservation and Restoration Policy and Management in Europe. It's about trade-offs and synergies at the forest biodiversity climate water nexus. BioConsent is composed of 8 scientific organizations coming from 6 European countries, from Germany, Sweden, Finland, Bulgaria, Austria, and Spain. Next, please. So the main objective of BioConsent is to provide novel scientific knowledge and decision-making support to help achieve forest biodiversity, related conservation and restoration targets in the context of very ambitious policy targets. So the project is structured as follows. So the work package 1 is going to conduct a policy analysis in order to map the different policy targets out there, the policy instruments, and assess the cross-sectoral policy integration and the actor coordination at the biodiversity, forestry, climate, and water nexus. In a second step, in work package 2, we're going to develop future scenarios and explore the behavior responses of forest managers and other forest owners and other related stakeholder groups to those scenarios and how they will react to the policy goals under these different scenarios in order to understand what drivers, what barriers are out there in order for the managers to be able to implement the policy goals. In work package 3, we are going to translate all this information, the social and policy related information, to our forest modelers, forest ecologists. They're going to input this social data, so to say, into their forest related models. This is going to be enhanced by agent-based models in order to better quantify and assess the outcomes of alternative conservation and restoration measures on forest biodiversity and ecosystem service provision across different spatial and temporal scales, and building on all the research insights and evidence, building also on very close cooperation with stakeholders and decision makers in policy and practice. We're going to synthesize, communicate the project findings, and we are going to also co-design different but tailored policy and management recommendations. Next, please. So you see on to the right, actually our theory of change figure, which basically actually stresses once again what I've said right now. So that basically our assumption is that the policy drivers, the different policy targets in forest, water, climate, agriculture, rural development, policy sectors, sending important signals that needs then to be understood, received, and then acted upon by the target groups, being the forest owners, the forest managers, public, private, small, large, etc. And this is essential in order to be able to achieve effective forest biodiversity conservation and restoration. So basically, this is what we are aiming for at a glance in the BioConsent project. And basically, this is what we believe is the most innovative contribution of our project to the scientific state of the art and also to policymakers. Yes, this slide is now quite welcome here. So basically, the next slide, please. So basically, our BioConsent project would like to address still existing societal and policy issues. So basically, we know that there is a plenty of different policy targets at the global, at the European, but also at the national level that basically aim to achieve a good conservation state of forest habitats and ecosystem, etc. However, forest biodiversity in particular is still under increasing threat. So basically, we would like to understand why this is so. And we believe that the main solution here is to better understand how the target groups, the forest owners, the forest managers do react to the different policy targets. And we believe that also these different policy targets, like in the forestry, in the biodiversity, in the climate, in the water sectors, are not always coherent. They are probably not really integrated. So basically, would like to look at these two major aspects. And basically, throughout our very action-oriented research, but also scientifically very sound-oriented transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary research, combining policy sciences and forest modeling, basically, we'd like to understand the different the different reactions of the target groups in order to make a contribution here. Okay, this was too fast, but that's okay. No, you can really go back to the last slide. Thank you. So basically, I would like to very much welcome the funds that we are receiving from the respective funding agencies. We would like to thank all our funders, which are the Austrian Science Fund, the Bulgarian National Science Fund, the Academy of Finland, also the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, also the Agencia Estatal de Investigación in Spain, and also the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the other presentations, and I'm really at your disposal to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Methodi. We are moving on to the FRESH project.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Bowen from INRA in France. I'd like, hopefully, to communicate a little bit about the FRESH project, which is farmer acceptable restoration of semi-natural habitat to limit herbicides. It's a project that brings, could we go back, please? Sorry. It's a project that brings together 5 institutes: INRA in France, the Crop Protection Institute in the Czech Republic, the University of Innsbruck, SLU at Uppsala in Sweden, and Wageningen in the Netherlands. Next slide, please. This is a group of institutes that have worked together in past projects, and actually this data that we've generated in the past forms the basis of this project. What we've been able to show is that a group of biological control agents, carabid beetles, can regulate weeds at continental scales. Basically, across the whole of the EU, carabids work to regulate weeds. What this means in potential terms is that we could change some or all of the herbicide applications that we currently make in agricultural situations, improving floral biodiversity, wider biodiversity, and the ecological quality of fresh waters in agricultural landscapes. There's a problem though. These biocontrol agents and the methods that we use to support them are not acceptable to farmers. I've been working on them now 20 years and I know of no one who's using them. The question is why? And so what we in the FRESH project are interested in is farmer decision making, and particularly whether we can improve acceptability of these biocontrol agents with appropriate information. By providing with farmers with appropriate information, we will actually improve adoption, getting better restoration at landscape scales. So what do we mean by improved information? Can we go back, please? Improved information basically means operational information, things that allow farmers to imagine how they can adopt this practice. So the FRESH project actually imagines 3 elements to a landscape: farm field, fresh waters, and semi-natural habitats, each of which have their constraints and benefits. And by providing farmers with information, we can actually get them to imagine a better way of doing their management. So we're going to do ecological sampling in all of those ecosystems. We're going to reuse the data we've already generated, but the core element of FRESH is that we're going to co-develop with farmers acceptable practices to conserve carabid beetles, thereby reducing herbicide use and runoff into fresh waters, and restoring flora and the ecological quality of aquatic systems, hopefully petite use scales. All of us, given our backgrounds as ecologists, are involved in the ecology of the project, but specifically the French partners are leading the socioeconomics, and the Austrian partners are going to be leading the eDNA meta-barcoding of freshwater biodiversity. Next slide. Okay. We're going to understand, or try to understand, the costs and benefits and opportunities and constraints of supporting weed seed feeding carabids to reduce reliance on herbicides. The key element here is acceptable. What we're trying to move from is a situation where we try to impose on farmers, either by using financial support or other levers, to a situation where actually farmers see the benefit of actually adopting this. Our hope is that this will have other potential breakthroughs, because we've already shown that these carabids work at continental scales. It's potential that this could be rolled out at continental scales. And these approaches that we're going to hopefully develop in the project could actually serve as a model for other biocontrol agents and other agroecological management. So in terms of societal impact, we're hoping that communicating the costs and benefits of agroecological management to farmers better, also to other stakeholders, will improve the adoption of restoration practices in agriculture. Also improve the speed of uptake, and will serve as models for sustainable landscape scale practices. Policy impacts. Better environmental health is at the core of UN SDGs, is the Common Agricultural Policy, Green Deal, and the Water Framework Directive. The impacts of this project map directly onto policy. And like many people have said here, we will use classic standard dissemination practices. But core element of the FRESH project is it's a bottom-up project. We work directly with farmers and stakeholders such as water companies and public living in agricultural landscapes, locally and nationally. And this is one of the major ways that we're going to try and disseminate our work. And so finally, the funders for this are the Agence Nationale de la Recherche in France, the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic, the Austrian Science Fund, SIPA in Sweden, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Nature and Food Quality in the Netherlands. I should say at this moment, I've used the wrong icon for the Agence Nationale de la Recherche. There's a new one. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. We're moving on now to the Interest project.
Yes, hello, my name is Annika Haas, and together with Katrin Westphal, I'm coordinating the project Interest. And in this project, we are investigating restoration effects of semi-natural calcareous grasslands, which are very valuable habitats for many endangered species, but are often threatened, for example, by abandonment. So the objectives of our study are to look at the local and landscape restoration effects, and they are focused mainly on biotic interactions in these grasslands, and also to focus on the social interactions and their effects on the restoration success. So we have already selected 96 grasslands in 3 different countries, which are restored or unrestored. And we expect that in the restored grasslands, we will find more complex and stable interactions, which will also have positive effects on the functions provided. And we will look at that across different trophic levels. So first we will look at plant-soil interactions, then we will look at plant-pollinator interactions, and then also on bird and their food resource interactions. And then finally we will look at social networks, so see how people are interacting in this grassland management. And then finally we want to synthesize all this data by using meta-networks and multifunctionality and integrating social and ecological data. So the scientific impact, we will find out what are the restoration effects on different biodiversity components. So these include functional diversity, species interactions, and ecosystem functions. We are also interested in basic ecological questions. So for example, how do species interactions affect ecosystem functions? And we will upscale the restoration effects to the landscape scale. So first of all, we will consider the amount of agri-environment schemes around our grasslands, so at the landscape scale, and see how that affects the restoration effects. And we will also use meta-networks, which are a regional approach to these interactions. And our, it's also novel by combining species interaction networks with social interaction networks together. So our projects, or the results of our projects can be used for recommendations for restoration of semi-natural calcareous grasslands. We will identify possible trade-offs and priority sites or priority interactions, which are important for local managers, but our results can also be upscaled to other regions. And we will identify the social requirements that are necessary for successful restoration in these grasslands. Our projects will inform many different international strategies and directives. And we have a wide range of stakeholders. So this includes authorities, NGOs, farmers, local businesses, and policymakers. And some of these we will only inform, for example, by our website or policy briefs. Others we will consult. For example, farmers, which will be addressed by questionnaires, and with authorities and NGOs, we will work more closely together with workshops and one-to-one meetings in which we will collaborate with these. So thank you for listening, and thanks to the Interest team. And we would also like to thank all our funders from the 6 different countries that are involved in this project.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We are now moving on to the Narrow project.
Thank you. I'm Håkan Tenong, the project leader of Narratives on Restored Water, Narrow. This is a fairly small project. It's only 4 different organizations involved from 3 countries. I can take the next slide, please. And our aim is to look at local initiatives on nature conservation and climate change mitigations. So we want to see how the local people start their projects and how they organize themselves and what kind of driving forces they have for their specific work. And we depart from the concept of other effective area-based conservation measures. And we will talk more about that later. So we will have a look at 5 different sites in Finland and Sweden. And since we will talk local languages, it will mainly be the Finnish and Swedish partners that will be involved in the field work, and the Swiss part is working more into the policy issues. But we will all, it's a small project, so we will all work together and discuss. Previous slide, please. We will have a look at what is the driving forces, and we will also look at what kind of benefits do the local people want from their restorations? What kind of cultural keystone species do they work with? What are the importance and what do they mean to achieve? Next slide, please. We hope this will give a better understanding on how to have successful local initiatives and how they can collaborate with local and regional authorities and other NGOs to contribute to better results. We also hope that local and national authorities will have a better understanding of the value of local initiatives. I can take the next slide, please. And as I mentioned, we are departing from the things about 30 by 30 goals, the international negotiation, as well as the EU biodiversity strategy of 2030. That means 30% protected or conserved areas by 2030. And we hope to see if these local initiatives could be considered as OECM in order to fulfill this strategy. Consequently, we will study our case areas and make reflection both from international guidelines regarding the OECMs, but also from learning from the local cases and see how they can influence the international guidelines. So we hope to work both local, national and regional and international, yes, in order to see this. And we will work closely with the local communities and local actors, even on lower than the municipality level. Next slide. And as always, thanks to the funders. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the last project in this block, which is the reversal.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm presenting the reversal project, restoring peatlands of the Emerald Zone and the conditions of varying water supply and quality, which is in Germany, the Netherlands, Austria, and Poland. Yeah, next slide, please. So we have outlined our work packages according to the partners that are leading those work packages, because reversal addresses the difficulties and limitations in restoration of primarily ombotrophic peatlands, so rainwater-fed peatlands,
and we use a combined approach to include paleoecology, hydrology, biogeochemistry, the greenhouse gas fluxes, carbon budgets, vegetation ecology, and finally remote sensing. So me as a coordinating group, we are investigating the peat qualities, stoichiometry, degradability, the carbon stocks and fluxes, and the current status. The colleagues from Poland, they do a paleoecological reconstruction of vegetation, water table, and pollen to set the past reference conditions. We already heard about this, and the past resilience. The group from the Netherlands assesses the diversity in microbial and vegetation communities and the hydrology of present-day current functioning. And the one slide back, please. And the Austrian group would develop the decision support system and lead the stakeholder dialogue and outreach. Finally, another group here in Germany in our institute is leading the remote sensing part to develop models for long-term monitoring that can be applied also beyond our project. Next slide, please. So this is the location of the partners and the study sites. So you can see that we have a focus on Germany, the Netherlands, Poland, and Austria, but there is also one site included in Sweden. Next slide, please. The scientific impact and innovation. We think that peatland restoration so far mostly focuses on individual aspects such as hydrology or vegetation, and we want to provide this holistic view or the interdisciplinary approach, including present and past aspects of biodiversity, carbon, hydrology, and to derive a reference state. We discussed about this in the beginning of our meeting today, what that actually is. And we want to provide some ideas about this to understand potentials and trajectories of the restoration efforts. We also think that as a potential breakthrough, we might come up with remote sensing based tools and models that will be fed by all the data we gather from a very diverse set of sites. And we have then this process-based model and data-driven models, and can also go beyond individual aspects of restoration as we include the different factors. Next slide, please. So as a society or policy impact, we all know that the majority of peatlands in Europe is strongly affected by drainage and disturbance. And the importance in the national and global greenhouse gas budgets is also widely accepted, and therefore lots of restoration efforts are undertaken. And we want to provide an indicator framework that goes beyond individual aspects that are currently mostly dominating, like vegetation, or only restoring the hydrology. And this would also help to balance trade-offs between different restoration goals, let's say the carbon budget or biodiversity as one example. And we expect that the framework, and also especially the remote sensing-based tools and models, will help to have a multidisciplinary and cost-effective monitoring tool, which can also be used on the long term, and which has a truly scientific basis on a process level also behind it. And we will discuss this framework and the model also at workshops together with farmers and the peat industry, nature conservatives, conservationists, and water managers, but also administrative bodies, to have a co-development of our research outputs. Last slide. The funding, we want to acknowledge, of course, our funding agencies, the German Research Foundation, the Science Foundation in Austria, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality from the Netherlands, and the National Science Center in Poland. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Klaus. So we are now moving to the Q&A session. Feel free to use the chat or the Q&A box. Type in your question. If you have the role of the presenter, you can also raise your hand and ask questions to any of the projects that have just finished their presentations. Do we have any hands raised? I don't see any at the moment. Also don't see any questions in the chat. We'll give it another minute, perhaps. So we have a question from David. Go ahead, David.
Hello, it's a question for Katrin. Is the networks she's talking about, the composite of ecological and social networks and that kind of stuff, is there much work going on in that at the moment? I played around with it a few years ago, but I haven't done anything since.
Yeah, so we are collaborating with Örjan Bodin, and so he has experience with that combination of social and ecological networks. So we have not done that yet, but yeah, so he has the expertise for doing that, and we will also have a partner at the University of Osnabrück, Philipp Gorres, who will do some of the analysis here in Germany with us.
Cool.
Thank you very much, David. Any other questions or comments? Okay. So in this case, so we can move on to the next block of project presentations. Again, you will have 4 minutes for your presentation, followed by a Q&A session. And we are starting with the DeepRest project.
So hello, everyone. My name is José Sarrazin. I'm a deep sea ecologist from Ifremer, France, and I'm the coordinator of the DeepRest project, which aims at studying the conservation and restoration of marine ecosystems in the context of deep sea mining. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the DeepRest project involves 15 different partners from 8 different countries, including France, Belgium, Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, and Spain. But most importantly, it connects between the most active deep sea scientists to experienced economists and jurists. Next slide. So the context is there is an increasing demand for mineral resources worldwide for different industries, but also for new technologies and renewable energies. And these strategic mineral resources are pretty abundant in the deep sea in different types of environment, including manganese crust, polymetallic nodules, and seafloor massive sulfides. And at the same time, these mineral resources are also ecosystems by themselves. But we have a major lack of fundamental knowledge about the biodiversity associated with these ecosystems, their functioning, and the services they provide. The clock is also ticking because the International Seabed Authority is currently drafting the mining code that will regulate mining operation in the area, and is also working on the development of regional environmental management plans. So information on how to mitigate the impacts of future mining activities are of utmost importance. Next slide. So DeepRest will develop a novel approach to improve our conservation restoration capacities in 2 different deep sea ecosystems threatened by mining, nodule and hydrothermal vents. We will investigate and compare the biodiversity functioning and connectivity of different biological communities, from megafauna to microorganisms within and across ecosystem in link with environmental conditions. We will evaluate the recovery potential and resilience of these deep sea communities at different degrees of disturbance. We will use experimentation on the seafloor to test the effectiveness of different restoration actions on the recovery of communities. We will evaluate conservation and restoration outcomes in terms of ecosystem services and try to identify the government's arrangements that is needed for efficient action in consultation with different stakeholders, NGOs, mining industries, and international authorities. We will provide scientific guidance to stakeholders and policymakers and recommendations to support deep sea government. And finally, we will communicate with stakeholders on issues linked to the exploitation of deep mineral resources. Next slide. So as I was saying, we are interested in 2 different ecosystems, the nodule fields in the Pacific Ocean and the active and inactive hydrothermal vents on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Next slide. So in terms of impacts, we would like to acquire and integrate fundamental knowledge on biodiversity functioning and connectivity in the 2 ecosystems under study. We will evaluate the socio-economic dimension in consultation with stakeholders, including the identification of ecosystem services and potential cost and benefit of exploitation. We will assess conservation and restoration scenarios to integrate knowledge and concerns from scientists and stakeholders. We will develop improved management strategy and try to identify areas that could be set aside for conservation or also be used as reference areas. And we will make recommendations for the design of marine protected areas. And finally, we will publish policy briefs that will feed into the public debate, and we will animate different action and interaction with the general public as well with student and classroom. So I would like to thank all of the funders of this project and also you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The next project is MPA for Sustainability.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David. I'll be presenting MPA for Sustainability on behalf of a team, which is a team of ecologists, fishery scientists, social scientists, and working across 5 different countries. Thank you. Next slide. Our challenge we're trying to tackle is very much based on the recognition that we have put a lot of work in trying to understand how to best design MPAs. We've got more than 17,000 of them out there now. But once they're in place, we're having a lot of trouble to try and understand how to manage them. Only 23 of them have a clear management plan, 23% of them have a clear management plan, and only 1% of them have actually been evaluated for the effectiveness. So the question becomes, how do we achieve biodiversity targets and at the same time try to maximize their contribution to a blue economy? If you could click to show the rest of the slide. Thank you. We aim to do that with 4 work packages. The first one will be a retrospective analysis of all MPAs to try to estimate the socio-ecological network taking place of those MPAs to yield ecosystem services and how it is underpinned by the biodiversity targets that the MPAs are working on. Our team of mathematicians will be working on a formal understanding of the dynamics of these socio-ecological networks to try to understand how they can be taken to desirable states where we have restoration of biodiversity and increase in ecosystem services, and how we might avoid undesirable states. We will then try to understand what is the minimum requirement for monitoring how we go to these desirable states. And then finally, we will aim to understand how policies, both international and national and regional policies, interact when we try to manage MPAs, and how we might be able to avoid conflicts between those and at the same time find synergies for those. Along this kind of global and regional work, we will also focus for all 4 work packages on 3 case studies in Madeira, in Gulf du Lion in France, and in Öresund between Sweden and Denmark. And I just wanted to show you this because it really identifies the complexity of MPA deployment. You can see how many MPAs are in those smaller places. We aim to therefore really use that to understand mechanistically at a small scale how MPA establishment influences biodiversity and ecosystem services. And from this, really get a kind of help to push forward in sustainability science our understanding of the form and function of coupled human nature systems, particularly marine systems, to try to find ways to exploit them sustainably and efficiently monitor them and manage them. Our policy impact, our societal impact expectation is to provide integrative governance and management approaches for disparate neighboring MPAs to maximize biodiversity outcomes and ecosystem services delivery. And this will be done through developing a decision support system platform where people will be able to simulate a range of actions in their circumstances to try to figure out what's the best way to intervene, what are the best action that might be taken, and what might be the best monitoring programs as well. So we want to thank, of course, the support from our funders, but also our case study partners from the region of Madeira, Earthsund, Conseil départemental des Pyrénées-Orientales et le Conseil de gestion du parc naturel marin du Golfe du Lion, and of course IUCN as well, who will be helping us with propagating this across a wider range of MPAs. And just a little note, we are eager to kind of collaborate with a bunch of you, so we'll look forward to tomorrow. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. And it's great to see that you already identified some of the projects that you might want to get in touch with. That's great to hear. So we're moving on to the Restore Seas now.
Hello, I'm Esther Serrão from the University of Algarve in Portugal, Center of Marine Sciences. And our project, Restore Seas, is focused on developing best practices for conservation and restoration of biodiversity of marine forests of animals, plants, and algae. In this image, you can see the two examples, one of conservation, where you see an image of coral forests in Portugal, in southwest Portugal, and in the background, you see a diver who's working on restoration of a damaged area. So this is an image to explain what are our main habitat focuses, which are marine forests of 3 different major types of organisms: seagrasses, marine plants, macroalgae, many different groups, and animals, which are mostly corals. They provide many important ecosystem functions, and so this is restoration that targets the conservation, not just for the species, but for all the benefits that they provide to humanity. Can change. The project has 13 partners, distributed, as you can see here, along the map, representing a very nice proportion of the Atlantic Ocean. We also have Mauritania as a partner, even though they are not involved in the program. We will develop some actions there because it's one of the most important regions in the world for seagrass meadows, and also has one of the largest cold water barrier reef of corals in the world. The partners are quite complementary, so all these partners, we hope to provide, they will provide a whole that's much more than the sum of the isolated parts, because everyone has very high expertise and very focused aspects which are complementary, and we expect to develop a very strong partnership by collaborating and helping each other in all these complementary synergistic aspects. Please change. This is a list of the funding agencies to which we are very thankful. Please change. The main tasks that we will be involved in are summarized here. So the first is communication and participation of the public, and I highlight here the integration of local actors, especially schools and teachers and education and local management actors that will be involved in restoration actions directly in practice for better outreach. Then the second task is very important because it will contribute to mapping along the entire Atlantic these 3 biomes: seagrasses, corals, and cold water corals, and macroalgal forests of different types, including rhodolites and their threats, and also what are the most important hotspots for conservation based on their stability and accumulation of very strong, unique genetic diversity, because the species may be distributed along very large areas, but some areas have much more conservation values than others that we will discover and hope to highlight. And then based on predictions of future climate change impacts on these areas, we will provide recommendations for the best climate adapted strategies. Next, we have three tasks which are based on comparison of pristine, restored, and degraded forests to show how the effect of restoration is or similar or not to pristine forests. And here we will compare the biodiversity associated to them, the microbiomes, and the pathogens in this pristine versus this degraded versus restored marine forests of all the different systems. So all the different systems will be run in parallel. We also have actions directly directed with stakeholders. We have fishermen that are some of the most strongly contributors to destruction of marine forests of corals, for example. They will be actively involved in restoration. We finally have, in these practical restoration actions, also a task where we will benefit from the results of previous project, previous biodiversity project, which discovered many different population traits, which will now be used in this project for practical restoration with aquaculture companies to use the best population sources for restoration based on the results of previous research on this. And we will also estimate the effective size in terms of conservation units and restoration units. They are the ideal size for success. Next. Okay, I don't have so much time, so I'm rushing through this just to highlight that in the project Restore Seas, we have the scientific aspects, which are very, very strong, but also the very strong involvement of private companies, NGOs, general public, and authorities and politicians. Next. Okay, and so just to conclude, I finish with a photograph of actions with fishermen, which we have started developing, where like these fishermen whose practices destroy these coral forests as bycatch, they are now saving the corals and keeping them alive and helping in their restoration and in replantation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the next project, which is Remove Disease.
Yes, I hope you hear me because I have a little microphone problem. So our project is entitled Conservation and Restoration of Degraded Insular Biodiversity, Impact of the Removal of Introduced Mammals on the Dynamics of Infectious Disease in Seabirds Across Islands of the Southern Ocean. It includes 4 academic partner teams and 4 stakeholders, NGOs and government agencies. Yes, so one is in Portugal, 2 in South Africa, and I'm based in Montpellier. I'm Thierry Boulinier, based at CEF CNRS. And among the stakeholders, we have notably BirdLife International. So the context of the study is the next slide, please. The next one, please. Thank you. Introduced species on islands are a major threat to biodiversity and to seabirds worldwide. Restoration effort via the removal of introduced mammal species on island has been going on, and it's relatively strong efforts that are of restoration. And in the future, there are plans for large-scale, even larger scale such efforts, such as on Amsterdam Island and on Marion Island. In parallel to these observations, infectious disease are known to occur on some islands and are relatively neglected threat to densely breeding species such as seabirds. Could there be interaction between the two? With the large-scale removal that will happen, we have the ability to test whether there could be extra benefits to biodiversity conservation via the removal of introduced mammal species, which could play a role in the dynamics of the disease. So the main task of the project will be to document the effect of introduced species in eco-epidemiological dynamics involving seabirds on islands and the indirect effect of the restoration efforts. To achieve this, we will focus on 3 sets of subantarctic islands: the French southern lands, islands south of South Africa, and the Falkland Islands. The academic partners involved have been conducting long-term seabird population monitoring on these islands, and we will involve stakeholders that are partners of the projects that are highly involved in seabird conservation. The project will rely on data already acquired, and samples already acquired, but also much fieldwork, laboratory analysis, modeling, and communication. Next slide, please. The scientific impact expected is the conduct of quasi-experimental tests at large scale of cascading effects involving infectious disease, a better understanding of infectious disease dynamics in polar, island, and metapopulation systems, and it should foster interdisciplinary approach and training on these kind of issues. In terms of societal and political impact, we expect increased awareness on these issues, the consideration in the planning of future removal efforts of disease issues, which may increase in the context of global change. Finally, it should foster evidence-based conservation. We would like to thank the founder of the project's specific project, the INR for France, FCT for Portugal, and Water Research Commission for South Africa, as well as other funding agencies that are helping us working on this. And for more information, you can check out our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. This was the last presentation in this block, and now we're moving to questions. So again, you can raise your hand, and we already have a question in the chat. Esther, would you like to read the question?
Yes, we have a question from Maurice Herral, and he's asking for BiodivRestore project. The question is, what are the restoration scenarios that you want to study after the 2 cruises on deep sea mining impact under the supervision of JPI Oceans?
Yeah, I guess the question is for me. So there are 2 scenarios that will be explored. We have deployed an artificial ceramic nodule in an area that was mined and in a reference area, and we would like to explore the role of these artificial nodule compared to real nodule on the colonization of hard substratum communities, and as well as their role on the sediment biogeochemistry. So that's the first experience. And the second experience is a decompaction experiment. So we use a rake to loosen the sediments after collecting the nodule. And the idea is to explore if the loosening the sediment can help the soft sediment communities to recover. I don't know if that answers the questions.
Thank you very much. Maurice, does that answer your question? Do we have any other questions or comments? Is there anything in the chat to say? No.
One question now.
Okay.
Okay, Maurice.
Yeah. So Maurice says you answered his question. Thank you very much. We are then moving on to the last block of the presentations, which will be a little bit shorter. We have 3 projects here, and we are starting with biotrade. Anu, the floor is yours.
Hey, I'm Anu from the Finnish Environment Institute, and I'm talking about the biotrade project that we have together with 3 other partners. So the Finnish Environment Institute is the coordinator, and Roald Wallenberg Institute is a partner, and also University of Copenhagen and University of Bern. And we try to understand how the EU and European countries should regulate trade and business relations to protect biodiversity, and we focus on the impacts of European laws outside Europe. And we have work packages related to trade law, trade agreements and unilateral trade measures, then due diligence laws, and no net loss and mitigation hierarchy as a principle in the laws, and then human rights perspectives in one work package. And we will produce articles, policy briefs, and a practical guide for legislators, policymakers, and we will arrange workshops and events for businesses and for other stakeholders to engage with them. Next slide, please. We expect to improve understanding on the impacts of laws. We will have case studies in different sectors. We didn't decide all of them yet. Different sectors and in different geographical areas outside Europe. So we're considering Southeast Asia, Africa, and South American collaboration areas with local partners, and also with you, the other researchers in under this call. So we still have a possibility to think about collaboration in case studies. We study the impacts of laws, and the goal is to impact the laws, to make them more efficient, fairer, and more coherent. For example, the proposed deforestation regulation and the proposed due diligence directive. Of course, the end result would be of better laws would be the enhanced biodiversity footprint of European consumption and European business. Stakeholders we will engage at our events. We will have a youth event this year in October. Then we will meet businesses in Copenhagen or virtually, you never know. And also nationally, we will have a business and policy workshops with the national stakeholders in all the 4 countries, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Switzerland. Then in Brussels, we will have one workshop to impact the EU policy making, and a scientific seminar and practical guide launch event. In these events, we will meet the stakeholders, and we will go to conferences and speak at business events and have a web page and social media, and our advisory committee has good experts that we will involve, and the organizations they represent. So we intend to change the law towards the better. And last slide, please. We want to acknowledge our funding agencies from Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and Switzerland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anu. We are moving on to the Niches project.
Hi, everybody. My name is McKenna Davis. I'm from Ecologic Institute based in Berlin, Germany, and we have the pleasure of coordinating the Niches project, which is looking at nature's integration in cities, hydrologies, ecologies, and society. So a mouthful, like lots of these projects, I think. You see a photo here from our, if you can just go back, please, from our recent kickoff. So to give you an impression of our very dynamic team. And we're partnering together with the Autonomous University of Barcelona, with the Netherlands Institute of Ecology, with the University of Sheffield, and Northeastern University as self-funded partners, and as Pensoft Publisher as a subcontracted partner in Bulgaria. Next slide, please. So we have 5 global cities that we're going to utilize as co-design arenas to explore the potential to mitigate combined sewage overflow through nature-based solutions, and the restoration in particular of ecosystems surrounding these sewage events to reduce the negative impacts on aquatic ecosystems, but also, of course, on society and the economy as well. So just a little bit of context for this, combined drainage systems transport water, wastewater, stormwater, and urban runoff together to these sewage treatment plants. But due to the effects of climate change and increasing heavy rainfall events, oftentimes the sewage systems are exceeding their capacities and discharge excess wastewater and contaminated runoff directly into nearby or surrounding water bodies. So our aim is really as an alternative to these kind of cost-intensive renewal of the wastewater systems in the traditional sense, to supplement these with nature-based solutions. So using nature, trying to filter the water on the way out, but also to prevent excess water from entering these systems. So we'll be looking at these topics using a social ecological technological system or SETS approach. And we'll be applying this in Barcelona, Rotterdam, Boston, Sheffield, and Berlin to different degrees, and really trying to take this holistic framework. So looking at the hydrological, ecological, as well as the social and economic impacts, and also trying to, of course, support more mainstreaming in decision-making. Next slide, please. So as I said, we're adopting this holistic approach, and the idea in terms of scientific impact is that we want to really work on creating a shared understanding of restorative nature-based solutions in the context of avoiding stormwater runoff, how these can be utilized in an urban context, we'll be developing a novel ecosystem provisioning module, which will illustrate the combined sewage overflow consequences on ecosystem services. Then we'll also be developing some nature-based solution scenario maps, trying to increase their consideration within decision-making processes. And we'll be producing an integrated water assessment framework for restorative NBS, really looking at trade-offs and synergies from different stakeholder perspectives. In terms of societal and policy impact, we tried to keep this very brief with the 4 minutes, but we could go on a lot, I think, in this area. We're really trying to improve the effectiveness of nature-based solutions and there with their opportunities to be upscaled for aquatic restoration. We're trying as an overarching goal to mitigate the societal, ecological, and economic impacts of these combined sewage overflow events that I mentioned before. And working together with politicians, we're going to co-create transition pathways to try to increase the policy integration of nature-based solutions, so support mainstreaming, but also trying to overcome these kind of policy and planning silos that are generally standing in the way and blocking these kinds of solutions from being implemented. So more collaborative governance approaches in practice. As has been mentioned by lots of projects, we support a wide range of sectoral policy goals through the biodiversity protection, but of course, increasing nature-based solution uptake and improvements to human health and water quality. So just to name a few on the European side, of course, the Water Framework Directive, Floods Directive, Biodiversity Strategy to 2030, Adaptation Strategy, and many more there. And we have a very high, strong stakeholder involvement. The cities and the partners that we're working with have a lot of established relationships already working on these topics or related topics within their cities. So we have a wide range of stakeholders who are already committed and excited to be involved in the project. We'll be integrating them through our co-design arena, so really trying to have a user-driven approach and having targeted outreach and exploitation activities, including workshops and more standard dissemination channels as well. So just to thank our funders, we have the Federal Ministry of Education and Research in Germany, then also the Spanish funder and the Dutch funder here, as well as our self-funded partners as well, we should acknowledge. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, McKenna. The next one in the agenda is actually the final project that will be presented today, and this is the Binatur, or Binatur, I'm not sure. Thank you very much. Kati, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm the last one, and I'm presenting our project, Bringing Nature Back, Biodiversity, previous slide, biodiversity-friendly nature-based solution in cities. And I'm project coordinator from Finnish Environment Institute, and we have totally 6 partners from 5 countries in Europe, Finland, Poland, Germany, Belgium, and Portugal. Next, please. Next slide, please. So as in a previous project, we decided also adapt the sets framing, and we are especially interested about the biodiversity and ecosystem services of water-related but nature-based solutions in cities and how they are mediated by social, ecological, and technological factors as a part of urban planning and green space management. We have 5 interlinked work packages, and each partner, sorry, they have been cut out here. They are in the bottom of the slide. Everybody has an important role, and we all are contributing the same methodological approach in 5 cities. So we will do some expert interviews to look at how the planning mediate the biodiversity and ecosystem services in these aquatic nature-based solutions. We are selecting totally 12 different nature-based solutions in 5 cities, looking at their biodiversity using different kind of methods, such as eDNI and also standardized monitoring systems. And then we are also looking at the surrounding landscape patterns and land use and how they influence to biodiversity and ecosystems of these nature-based solutions. And we are looking also the planning policies and climate adaptation policy of the city and whether they are really considering or supporting also biodiversity goals. And finally, looking at how the technology within systems and in surrounding environments influence biodiversity. Next slide, please. As previously said, this set approach has been introduced, especially at the city level, but not yet really adopted in empirical studies looking at the different ecosystems or habitats. So we are aiming also developed further with this SETS framework, also having outcome of specific indicators for implementing and planning and managing nature-based solutions to become more biodiversity friendly. And we are also aiming to develop further the current standardized monitoring systems, especially for small-scale water bodies in cities. Nowadays, these monitoring systems of water ecosystems are more on larger water bodies than these kind of small scales. So that is also one of our aim. Next slide, please. And we are very much especially supporting EU biodiversity strategy goals of urban greening planning and of course nature restoration target, especially in urban environments, and of course producing recommendations and guidelines for urban planners how to effectively co-design and monitor and enhance biodiversity in aquatic nature-based solutions. We are closely collaborating with local planners in each 5 cities and practitioners through our project, organizing workshops, but also consulting them through interviews. And we will have different kind of published communication ways through our website, writing blogs, and also having a presentation in scientific conferences. And finally, we will thank all our local funder agencies from Finland, Germany, Poland, Belgium, and Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kati. The floor is open for questions. So please raise your hand or type your question in the chat. In fact, there was one question in the chat. I will ask Esther to read it. It was for the BioTrade project, and I think Anna already answered in the chat, but if you would be so kind to just to repeat it for the rest of the attendees. So Esther, if you could read the question, and then Anna, if you could just comment on it for the rest of the attendees as well.
Yes, this is a question from Frédéric Lemaitre, and he's asking, well, he's interested in knowing more about the objectives of BioTrade project in engaging civil society organizations, in particular young people.
If you want, I can jump in if you like.
Go ahead, Frederick. Yeah.
Yeah, I had this question. I was wondering, following the answer of Anu, thank you very much. I was wondering if there are maybe other projects who would like to flag a general objective of engagement with groups like this, because we could potentially, support a joint engagement of civil society groups like this also, or something like this. So if there are interests to work with these groups, or plans already in your projects to work with youth organizations in particular, don't hesitate to flag.
Yeah, we have some plans, but more is welcome. We intend to have young students, business students and law students to meet the businesses, young business leaders and young youth NGOs to meet from different parts of the world to increase understanding between consumers and producers and different stakeholders. So we are now planning this event, and also in across the project maybe the children's perspective and children's rights perspective is relevant also in the scientific work. We welcome your ideas.
Okay, we have contacts with youth organizations, with it's not the same, but also we're setting up contacts with citizen science organizations and things like this. So it might be worthwhile to explore and get in touch with us when you have when you start working on this event in particular. And it's maybe a message to others as well. Don't hesitate to reach out when you have plans for engagement like this. We can provide support on occasions. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We don't have anything else in the chat, I think. Well, in this case, I would like to thank all of the coordinators for their interesting presentations. And we are moving on to actually the last part of our agenda today, which is the part on the follow-up and life of the funded project. So as you know, I guess already, there are certain requirements and expectations on the side of the BiodivRestore project and on the side of the funding organizations regarding the follow-up and regarding the communication, regarding the acknowledgements and so on. And I would now like to give the floor to the BiodiverStore follow-up secretariat, which will basically take over from us, from the Spanish State Research Agency, and it will become the main contact point for you regarding all the activities of the projects during their lifetime. And I would like to give the floor to Céline Villiers from ANR, and then I think Frederic will also say, we'll also have a short presentation regarding I think it's the communication activities, but Frederic will say some more later on. So Céline, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maya. Please, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So as you said, so my colleague Sophie, can you go please to the previous slide? Thank you. So first, sorry, I don't have a lot of voice. I will let my colleague Claire to speak after, but just I would like to introduce myself quickly. I am Céline Villiers, based at ANR, the French National Research Agency. And so I will be in charge of the follow-up of your project with my colleague Sophie Germain. And so here in this slide, you can see our email address if you want to contact us. And maybe Claire, if you would like to present the next slide, if you don't mind. Yeah, sure. So no problem. Sorry for you, Céline, that you do not have any more voice. So we'll give you a few guidelines on the follow-up of your project. So maybe first, we would like to let you know that in case you have to implement some changes in your project, we will ask you to contact the follow-up team. So for example, let's say you have a change in your consortium, the coordinator of your project should contact the follow-up team, so Céline and Sophie, and send them a note justifying the change you are requesting. And then the request of change will be assessed and agreed by the goal steering committee, so by the funders of this call. And once this is agreed, we will come back to you, of course, and you will have then to finalize the change you wanted to implement with your national or regional funding organizations. We would like to clearly state that in the context of a COFUND action, there will not be extension of your project. Extension of your project will not be possible because in COFUND action, the projects we fund have to be finished. When our COFUND action is finished, it's a question of eligibility of costs.
So do not ask or expect any extension of project. Still, if you are facing major issues or difficulties, do not hesitate to still come back to the follow-up team, and we will still assess what we can do to help. In terms of reporting requirements, we would like to let you know that you will have to submit 2 reports in the context of BiodiverStore, one midterm report around 1.5 years after the start date of your project. So for you, it would mean around September 2023, and the final report at the end of your project. So it will most likely be around September 2025. For both the midterm and final reports, they will be assessed by what we call a follow-up group, which will be composed of experts, most likely experts that were involved in the evaluation committee for the BiodiverStore call. And after the reports are evaluated, you will receive a summary of the review made with recommendation of or requests for clarification when needed. The follow-up team, so Celine and Sophie, will send you in the coming months, most likely by the summer, report templates that you will have to use both for the midterm and final reports. And in any case, also, they will remind you 2 months before the due date of your report that you actually have to submit a report. And then, I will give you a few general indication on what we plan in terms of communication and dissemination for the projects funded under BiodiverStore. So maybe first, regarding the open data, we would like to remind you that both Biodiversa and Water JPI are implementing an open access policy, and that we are encouraging you to put all your data and publication as open as possible. So for this policy, we refer mostly to peer-reviewed scientific research articles and research data. You will learn more about this during a data management workshop that will be organized on the 29th of May, and I hope you or other representatives of your project are already registered to it. And you will also learn more about a tool that the Water JPI will make available for all of you, which is an open data and open access platform, which aims at stimulate open data for all scientific publications produced within the funded projects, and where you could also put the data you produce in the context of your project. But you will learn more later in May during the data management workshop. Then also a few, I'm sorry, I don't know why the slides are moving by themselves. In terms of acknowledgement as well, we would like to give you a few guidelines. So first, we really would like to emphasize that it's important that you acknowledge Biodiversa, the Water JPI, and the funding organization that funded your research project when you are publishing material, because otherwise it's difficult for us to communicate on and to use the results of your project and to help you also increase the uptake of your results. So for all type of support that you will produce, and in particular for papers published in scientific journals, we will ask you to use a very defined sentence, which you can see here, which this research was funded through the joint 2019-2020 Biodiversa and Water JPI joint call for research proposal under the BiodiVRestore COFUND program with the funding organization XXX. So you will have to name each funding organization in your project. We also would like to ask you to check with your relevant funding organization if they need to indicate, if you need to indicate further details. It could be an ID number, the full legal name or acronym. Some funding organization might also have some specific requests related to acknowledgement. So make sure you also keep this in mind. Also, in any PowerPoint presentation or poster or material you will produce, we will ask you to use the Biodiversa, Water JPI, and European Commission logos, as well as the logos of all the relevant funding organizations. We would like to also remind you that as you should act as an international project,
you will have to acknowledge the funding organization of all the research partners that are involved in the work that you are doing, and not only the funding organization of the team who is, for example, leading the publication, but also the funding organization of the other partners involved, for example, in a consent publication. And in terms of expectation, also, we would like to remind you that we really expect you to collaborate among the different research teams in your projects and to contribute to integration of the research carried out within your consortia, and that this in the end should lead to co-publication between the different research teams in the different countries involved in your consortia. You will also receive from the follow-up team, so again from Céline and Sophie, a toolkit related to acknowledgement, where you will find again all these guidelines as well as the logos you may have to use. A few other general information related to communication. So we just would like to let you know that we are always eager, both Biodiversa and Water JPI, to communicate on the news you may have. So it could be when you produce a publication, when you publish a publication, or when you have other outcomes, or when you organize an event, and we can help you communicate on this through our own communication channels. So we have different communication channels. We can help you by communicating on your results in our newsletters or news flashes, also on our social networks. We both use LinkedIn and Twitter, and you can see on this slide the link of our LinkedIn accounts and how you can tag us also on Twitter when you have to, when you communicate. And so when you have something published on Twitter, do not hesitate to tag us as well, so that we can also retweet what you're publishing and help you increase the impact of the publication you have. And we can also help communicate on your results on our websites. We would like to let you know that it's important that you let us know early enough when you have, for example, a publication coming, because this can help us coordinate with you on when to communicate on it. And we have more impact if we coordinate, for example, a news on a new publication you may have when the embargo of this publication is lifted, so that we have we increase the communication at the same time on the publication that is coming. And so should you have any news to share with us, you will find on this slide the email address to which you can send it, so for Biodiversa and Water JPI. So really do not hesitate. And one last thing we would like to say, which is related to one of our first communication products produced in the context of BiodivRestore. It's the joint call booklet to which all the projects actually contributed. It's an online brochure that is presenting the call process and the call results, as well as each funded project. I will share with you the link to this brochure, and you will see that there is one fish for each project to which you contributed, of course, and you can also use this fish as a communication material for your projects. And with this, I will give the floor to my colleague, Frédéric.
Thank you, thank you, Claire. I've shared also in the chat. You have a few questions to answer in the chat if you want to have a look in the meanwhile. And I've shared also an example of such promotion of work we've done of outcomes of projects, coordinating ahead of the publication of a significant scientific article here, and coordinating to publish on the same day of the release an interview of the lead author in this case. So of the publication. Okay, so now you've heard all the reporting requirements. I cannot insist enough on sharing with us as soon as possible outcomes, and as said by Claire, before release for significant articles, or as far as possible for other outcomes as well. And the idea here is that we can really help amplify and also maybe on occasions provide additional support in disseminating outcomes. And so anyway, so what I wanted to show you now, I think on the final segment of this marathon meeting before before the closing words, the idea here is to show you examples of additional activities, because Biodiversa, it's the Water JPI, it's of course it's the joint cause, it's maybe what you know us best for. It's also a number of additional activities to support collaborations, scientific collaborations, science to policy, society collaborations, and different aspects like this. So I wanted to give you a brief overview of what this might look like. You can see we have more or less three groups of broad activities clustered here. So one is around networking projects and clustering projects together, opportunities for you to work together when you identify synergies, and offering the opportunity to exploit, offering chances to exploit these opportunities. Another aspect is related to data management, and we have published guidance, and you will have support on developing your data management plans. And then we have a suite of activities also around science, policy, society interfacing, where we can help you disseminate project outcomes and reach impact. Next slide, please. So the networking and clustering aspects. So maybe first very concrete element. You have this kickoff meeting today and a clustering workshop tomorrow for the projects. And so here the idea is to allow you to network together, to discuss potential synergies and identify good candidates for exploring further cross-project work. And we will, of course, also share examples of what this can look like tomorrow. And then also around September 2023, we are planning a specific event to support networking between your projects and stakeholders. The idea here is to help you engage with additional stakeholders compared to the ones where you have good contacts already. Maybe to be a bit more concrete, we often see the added value of Biodiversa or Water JPI in such initiatives in bringing together different projects results to engage, for instance, international level stakeholders or large companies, or these types of stakeholders which we've seen in projects you are maybe less in direct contact with compared to local to national policy and practice stakeholders or businesses. Okay, and also you will have a final conference in March 2025, and maybe to answer a question in the chat beforehand, as far as possible, we'll be seeking to hold these events physically, if I'm correct, Claire, but I think if COVID allows, we would like for these networking events to be more physical than online, because it's, I think we all know it's much more qualitative this way. In the case September is a bad time, we'll try to find flexibility on this one. Okay, for data management aspects, so we invite you to consult the data management guide we've produced together with the Belmont Forum under a previous action on biodiversity scenarios we had with them. And based on this, we are organizing a data management workshop on the 19th of May to help you further develop, implement your data management plans. So please join in, and if you have somebody also specifically on data management, I think they're more than welcome to attend as well. Okay. Next slide, please. For the more science policy, society interfacing aspects, so as mentioned, we organize networking and capacity building activities. So it's about developing tools for stakeholder engagement. Rainer, in his introduction today about Biodiversa Plus, touched upon a few. You can, of course, use these tools for implementing your project, and in turn, there will also be opportunities for you to contribute to such tools with your experience, your best practices and highlighting success stories or case studies from your projects to help exemplify to other researchers who are engaging on this type of adventure, what it can look like, what the pitfalls are, best practices, and overall feedback on experience. We'll be doing networking events, as I've touched upon before. And it's also engaging with initiatives like ours. We work a lot with international science policy fora, and in particular, just to name the IPBES. We're also working on the interaction with IPCC and different, also, of course, multilateral environmental agreements. And also, of course, at the European level, we will have a close interaction with the interfaces being in place or being developed, and such as for instance, the Science Service of the European Commission. And so it's throughout the project lifetime, you'll have on regular occasions opportunities to provide input for this work through the Biodiversa Water JPI channels. So that's a good thing. We've had positive feedback on from researchers as well in the past. Happy to see their results uptaken in these types of assessments and sort of products from these science policy fora. And also, I wanted to touch upon two specific platforms at the European level. So these are Network Nature and OPLA. OPLA is about natural capital, accounting, ecosystem services, and nature-based solutions. And Network Nature is a specific platform on nature-based solutions, which we've heard a few times about today. Maybe. So the idea here is that these platforms, they allow you to showcase your project outcomes, also for OPLA to reach and get in contact with a community around this topic. And they also organize a number of activities to help structural development of their respective fields, and also dialogues with multiple stakeholders and academic and non-academic stakeholders, which you'll be more than welcome to engage in if of relevance for your project. Next slide. I have a specific focus here on Network Nature because it's a project Biodiversa is heavily engaged with, and just to highlight a few opportunities you can engage on here. So it's as I said, it can be a sort of showroom for your project results through project pages, case study pages. There's also a database of NBS research and innovation projects, which you're more than welcome to look at. And normally we should have integrated your projects in there if relevant. There's also a database of evidence on NBS, which you're welcome to contribute to, and you will be having relevant results. So these types of things. It's also an opportunity to meet peers working on nature-based solutions and stakeholders also on the topic through online and physical events. And good to note, Network Nature is also setting up national fora around NBS. So if you're interested in getting involved in this, don't hesitate to reach out to me. And also there will be opportunities to help us develop prospective work on nature-based solutions, research and innovation policy, and knowledge gaps around the development of the EU Research and Innovation Roadmap on NBS, which is led by Biodiversa, part of the Network Nature project platform, and in close relation with different EU programmers and funders, and of course the European Commission. And last but not least, Network Nature is also a good opportunity to get engaged with European Commission task forces. If you don't know on nature-based solutions, so it's task forces of the Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020 projects in NBS. They are doing transversal work for the structural development of the field, whether it be on data management, indicators for NBS performance, and things like this. And so you can find a lot of more info on networknature.eu about this. And if you want to get engaged in ongoing work of these task forces, if you think you've got something to contribute or could benefit from their work, you can again reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to put you in contact. stop here for network nature, otherwise you get fed up of it. Yeah, for the dissemination and the uptake aspect, so again, you will receive a number of opportunities to further disseminate your project outcomes. It can be through the development of policy briefs. You can see examples from Biodiversa policy brief following this link here. And the idea is that we support with new resources and the mobilization of external knowledge broker, the development of policy brief targeting EU and international policy, mainly based on Biodiversa, water here also, of course, BiodivRestore projects and other projects as relevant from other funding schemes. And you will have the opportunity to propose topics for development of policy briefs. We will also discuss clustering different projects around joint policy briefs and things like this. So keep an eye out for this. Obviously, it's based on project results, so it comes at a later stage. Also coming at a later stage, you will have the opportunity to submit an application to the Prize for Excellence in Impact. So basically, this is in each call we do, we highlight one project which performed exceptionally well on both scientific and societal outcomes. And the result is a short animation video about the project, which we have produced 4 or 5 so far. I get lost. 6, 5, 5. And you can have a look on our Biodiversa YouTube channel. It's really a nice format and very palatable, user-friendly. And we know that projects have used them to engage further around their project results. And you will see also from the number of views that it can be a very good vitrine or a showroom for your project outcomes as well. We also do work on valorization of projects outcomes per se. So this also happens more towards the end. You can find in our resources section of our Biodiversa website, you can find examples of such analyses at the core level, looking at how projects have worked along achieving academic impact, societal outcomes, how this looks like at the core level, and how this looks like at individual projects level, with some concrete highlights about approaches and outcomes. And I've talked about the online knowledge marketplace and case study repositories already, so I won't insist on this, but don't hesitate to disseminate your outcomes and case studies on these repositories. And in turn, we also may engage with you more on the case study aspects to provide some support in drafting some for these platforms. So basically, my main message here is there are a number of opportunities to work further together on helping co-develop, co-implement your research projects and or research questions and projects, and disseminate the results. We will reach out a lot to you to do so. When you have also main activities starting or main outcomes coming out, we're more than interested to hear about them. And I think the main point is this: some communication between us is key around making sure we make the most of our joint capacities to valorize your project's work and outcomes. And that would be all for me, I think, if I'm correct. Yeah. And we have a Q&A session if you like.
Thank you, Frederick. So we have one question in the Q&A box regarding the situation of the Spanish.
Okay, I hope different questions in the chat have been answered so far. I don't see. I think there are a lot of elements related to reporting and follow-up issues.
Frederick, can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, well, anyways, general message is get in touch with us when you have when you're interested to get some help. If you have some outcomes, if you want to just discuss about your plans for engagement or science policy interfacing, we're more than happy to provide the support we can on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Can Can you hear me? Okay, so as I mentioned,
everyone can hear you, but I'm not sure that Frederic can hear you. Actually.
Yeah, there was some glitch. I think.
Sorry, I missed some. Yeah, sorry.
No problem, no problem. I just wanted to say that we have one question in the Q&A box regarding the situation of the Spanish researchers, and I would like to ask my colleague Esther, who is also representing the Spanish State Research Agency, to answer that. And then, since we still have some time, perhaps we could do a very quick recap of the questions in the chat, because I'm not sure that everyone followed that. So perhaps just a short summary of the comments and questions that were mentioned in the chat. But first, going to the question or comment by Margarita.
Yes, we have a question from Margarita, but also other attendees have asked in the chat about the pending resolution of the national call in Spain that can affect to the projects funded by the Spanish National Agency. It's true that we have some delay in the resolution of the national call, but it is a matter of administrative process. Our procedure is like that. It will take maybe some weeks more, but actually the projects are going to be funded. So what you can do in case of the PhD contract that you have to open for the call, you can start from now, because once the project is solved, you would be able to input
retroactive.
You will be able to claim cost with a retroactive character. So you will be able to claim cost from the 1st of January 2022. So you can start the project now if you desire. And on the other hand, other thing that you can do is try to postpone just to be the signature of the consortium agreement among the project's partners. So all the partners start more or less at the same time. But I don't know if this is possible. This is something you should discuss among the scientific partners. But from our side, just to ensure that the funding is coming, but we have some delay in our procedure.
Okay, thank you. We have Dirk with his hand raised.
Yes, thank you for giving me the word. And thank you for these explanations about the Spanish situation. My Spanish partners are very hesitant to engage in a contract when they do not have anything clearly written that this is funded or not, because it's an engagement, it's a legal engagement, and if by any chance there is not the funding coming, this would be a very big problem for my Spanish partners. So it's not as easy as you say it is, because there is really reluctance in the system due to this delay. If I may ask the REI to provide us or the Spanish partners a real letter that it's not a problem, that everything will be funded, I think this could be a solution for the problem. But at the moment, saying that they could do and could ask refunds for something they have spent, many of the institutions will not really follow this. So this was really a problem for all of the partners in which we have Spanish colleagues.
Well, this is something that you can do also if they are so reluctant to join the consortium. We have some cases where all the partners have started the project, and the Spanish one hasn't signed the consortium agreement, and he has done it later. That could be a solution, but that won't avoid that the work done for the Spanish researchers is delayed. I am aware of that, but what I can say is that you can postpone the start of the project for a couple of months, and I'm sure that I think it's a matter of week of weeks that we have this first resolution. But if not, maybe you can start the project and let the Spanish...
Well, first of all, the Biodiversa projects, the latest delay was the 1st of April. So we had to start the project. So there is no possibility to delay it any further. So the only possibility is to prolong at the end, so that our Spanish partners can also have the 3-year benefit of a PhD student or a postdoc. Yeah, so it's not as straightforward as you think, with all the different restrictions there are in the system.
Yeah, I understand. Well, in that case, as you have already started officially from the 1st of April, I guess that the Spanish partner could start a bit later than the rest, and then we will try to try to maybe give them the maybe not extension, because we are not capable of doing that, but let them claim for the cost from the 1st of April.
Maybe if I can...
Just a second. You said you will not be able to prolong the project, even so you are delaying the system, which would then create yet another problem, because the colleagues need to engage with a PhD student for 3 years. Otherwise, the contract is not valid.
If maybe I can jump in, so indeed I can understand that you're maybe a bit lost in the indication we're giving, which seems to be a bit contradictory, because indeed we ask the partners to start as much as possible on the same date, as you're supposed to work as a collaborative project, and indeed you were supposed to start by the 1st of April maximum, and we are very limited for the extension, so this is why we say we cannot grant any extension. So maybe I propose, because I see that several of you are concerned by this issue related to the delay in the Spanish funding, which is also due to the date of the call at the Spanish level. Maybe we can try to discuss also together and see what is the best solution, so that you do not have to delay the start of the project, and have the guarantee that you can start on time. Because as Esther said, my understanding is that in any case, the Spanish funding will be released. It's just a matter that they have to follow some national procedure. But we also understand on your side that you need some guarantee. So we will. I propose that we try to find a solution that would accommodate both sides in bilateral discussions.
That would be great. It's something I have lined up already 2 months ago, that there is an issue around this. So it would be great to find a solution quickly. Given that we are already 1 month late, and my Spanish partners have not yet engaged in contracts, so we are already running in this problem with 36 months, 3 years, and so on and so on. So it would be very important to find a solution to this very quickly. If it's not possible that my partners can get an official letter that their money will come from the Spanish funder, which I think would be the easiest solution, then you will need to find other solution very quickly, please.
Yeah, we will note the issues you are facing, and we will try to assess what we can do and come back to you quickly.
Thank you.
And to you and to all the other projects also having Spanish partners, because I think you're all facing the same issue here.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have another question in the Q&A.
Yeah. This is from Seti Gatu, and he asked if it is possible to apply for Africa to have such project collaboration.
Not really sure what you're referring to with such a project in collaboration. Perhaps you could clarify it.
Seti, are you here?
Maybe, so I don't know if I understand well the question, but maybe just to say that the projects who are presented here already applied, so you cannot apply to get funding in the context of this call. But then if you are working on topics that are similar to some of the projects that were presented, feel free to also contact, I would say, the coordinator of this project and directly check with them if there would be some opportunities of collaboration, which are things that can happen in the course of the project. But this is a kind of a parallel engagement. It will not come with additional funding in the context of the call, as the results of the call are already known. I hope it answered the question, as I'm not 100% sure I understood correctly.
Thank you, Claire. Then we had several questions and comments in the chat. So I think the comments or the questions were mainly about the requirements, the reporting requirements, about how to get in touch, if the logos will be sent, and so on. So I think it's clear, we said it already, that the colleagues from the ANR who are in charge of the call secretariat will be in touch directly with the coordinators, and then the coordinators are expected to disseminate further to the consortium all the information and the requirements. So this information will be additionally sent to you. Celine, correct me if I'm not giving all the information. And I think it will be all the information will be also published on the Water JPI and Biodiversa website. So you don't have to be concerned about this. So we will be, or ANR will be in touch with you. And I think there was one question by McKenna, which I'm not sure if it was answered or not, about dealing with the milestones and the deliverables. So I don't know if you could just, I don't know, Claire or Celine, answer this for everyone. So we have I think most of the questions received an answer in the chat already, but just in case if there is someone who did not follow, I think.
Yeah, sure.
You could comment on this.
So indeed, there was a question on if you have to submit your milestone and deliverables on an official platform, or if you only have to report on the progress on your milestone and deliverables in the reporting you will have to produce in BiodiverStore. And so the answer is the second one. We will ask you to report on the progress of your milestone and deliverables when you submit your midterm and final reports. And so this is where you can say that they were delivered. If you had any issues, delay, explain in case you have a delay why and how you will cope with it. But you will not have to submit milestone or deliverables on a formal platform. So it's the reporting on this is mostly done through the midterm and final reports. And we really would like to stress that in case you're facing like major issues in the course of your project, which may also delay your work, or that might prevent you from doing part of the work you had in mind, do not hesitate to contact the follow-up team, so Celine and Sophie, before the reporting period, to let them know about the issues you are facing, so that we can also see how we can best help you.
Thank you, Claire. Is there just checking, or also have you seen, is there another question perhaps in the chat that we could highlight for everyone? I think all the questions were answered.
Yes. For the logos and so on, it was already replied.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Claire and Celine, for answering all these questions in the chat in parallel. So, but in any case, if you still find out that you don't have all the information that you need, please feel free to get in touch with our colleagues from ANR, or even if you send an email to the call secretariat. I mean, we will make sure that to forward your questions or your concerns to the right person or agency. So I think this brings us to the end of today's meeting. I think Yeah, I can see. Can we get the slides from these presentations? Yes, the slides, the presentation will be published on the Biodiversa and Water JPI website. And just perhaps a small comment. I think one of the colleagues already circulated an email, but if you would like to make any amendments to the slides before they're being published, because the slides, this presentation will also include all the presentations by the funded projects. So you can let us know before the 7th of May, so before the end of the week, if you feel there is anything that you would like to modify, or if you feel that there is some information that you would not like to have it public at this point, so you can still send us a request to have a slight modification. So yeah, I think we covered all the aspects. I think it would have been nice to have a physical meeting today, but unfortunately in the current situation, it was still not possible for us to organize a physical meeting. I think these kind of events are always nicer if you have a personal contact, but hopefully this will change in a very close future. I would like to thank to all of you, especially to the research projects, to the coordinators and other members of the consortia. I would like to thank also to all the funding organizations that participated today and also enabled this call, together with the Commission, to all our speakers, to the chair and the vice chair, and of course to the coordination team that supported us greatly throughout this whole process. I don't know if perhaps someone from the coordination team would like to add anything to this. Otherwise, I would like to wish you a nice afternoon and thank you for staying with us until the end. And we will keep in touch. Okay, yeah, a small reminder, it was mentioned already before, but just for the funded projects, there is a clustering workshop tomorrow between 9 and 13 hours Central European time. You have this information, but just as a reminder. Yeah, and I think that's it. So thank you very much for staying with us and have a nice afternoon or evening. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.